Hello, welcome to the stream, and hope everyone is having a wonderful day. And right now, I'm conducting an audio testing, and so far everything is seems okay. If you notice, I'm kind of talking with some kind of interval on my on my sentences. It's because I'm trying to listen. There's a little bit of delay on listening to my live broadcast. All right, seems everything is okay. Give me a second. All right. So I just remove my headset and then just usually I always play the sound from my little external speakers so that I can also hear basically my surroundings, and then usually I'm always checking the if there's anything that like for example like an audio disruption or my mic is accidentally turned off. I'm always there's a little bit of volume on my laptop so that I can still hear the my voice. If there's if I every time I talk, if I see that my voice is I don't hear my voice on my laptop, so at least I can monitor and to ensure that you know I'm not talking by myself and then it is not being broadcasted or recorded on my stream. Okay, so today I'm gonna start updating my planner so that I'll have a guide on for the next season, and season 7 is 3 days away. So how many more sleep? 1, 2, 3. 3 more nights and season 7. And then yeah, I'm gonna start first with the Army of the Dead, and then followed by Blood Surge and so on. And I'm looking forward for creating this my build for the Blood Spear. And then I was also reviewing my PTR gameplay, and I was able to observe, and my assumption was correct. I don't know if they have changed it. I think it will not. The Bone Spear becoming the Blood Spear, wearing the Indira's memory, also consumes essence. So now we really need to find a way in order to, I think right now, sustaining the life based on the life cost on using that skill with Indira's memory. Now we need to solve on gaining essence. Either we will use a potent blood, or shall we use a different tempering affix to generate essence. But we're not worried compared to a pure bone spear, wherein we really need to keep our essence as high as max as possible, because we are getting, that is where we are getting our high multiplier on our bone spear damage. In the case of the blood spear, we don't need to worry about depleting our essence as long as we have enough essence to cast the bone spear. That's the only goal. And then of course life. In that case, life is now more important than the essence. It's because the lower the life that when you cast the bone spear upon impact, the lesser that the overpower will deal. So in that case, you don't care about the essence, you prioritize life. The only purpose of the essence is just we need to have some way to sustain that every time that we spam the bone spear, we always have enough essence to cast it. And we can always cast the we should always cast the blood wave also. All right, let's start. So let's move on to our, let me see if I have my planner ready. Give me a second. Build planner, is it on? Okay, it's on. All right, let's go. So season 7 early game. I'm not going to create an early game. I'm just go with the just the end game right away. And then copy to end game. Save changes. Game. Do I need to repeat? Why this one was not carried over? Copy gear and skills. So meaning the witchcraft powers is not included on the on this tool. Anyway, so vengeful spirit. So what is our first? Okay, voice of the stars, ultimate skills when you have an active aura. Let me write this down. I think I need to check whether the aura of the specialization is still an aura or just a buff to your aura. I hope it's an aura though, so that you can wear just the aura of the specialization itself. You don't care about the effect of the specialization, which increases the size of your aura. This one. And then we go vengeful spirit for the psyche. I believe this one, because of that lucky hit. How about I will do a couple of versions, because I still wonder whether the lucky hit from the army of the dead is really proccing the like for example the where is it, this one, lucky hit up to 15% chance to grant us a barrier, because at 100%, of course, even though it is 100%, the speed and the frequency of the volatile skeletons is based on whatever speed that they have. It doesn't scale with our speed, so the rate of providing us a barrier, especially if we are getting a lot of damage from the enemies. If the frequency, of course, now that our minions, if we are carrying 4 without the occult dominion, if we are carrying 4 skeletal warriors and then 3 skeletal mages, so we have 7. So we have 7 minions that will help us on generating those lucky hit. But I remember the lucky hit of those skeletal minions were they were quite low. So that's another thing. So even though you have the 100% lucky hit on the Army of the Dead, well, considering that the damage of the Army of the Dead is dealing a lot of damage, I don't need to worry about do I have that damage? This one maximum. Okay, so this one is important because again we are vulnerable to damage because we don't have any other means, especially without the now that we're not using the soul rift that gives us a good and consistent barrier. So the only way we can get the barrier is from this Q rune. So cooldown 1 second, 300 offering. I think the offering of this Q, I don't remember what is the give me a second. Runes. Save. Then runes. This is my problem, the ads. Q. It doesn't say what is the overflow. I think the overflow is more duration. If the overflow is duration, that is I think it's still good. Oops. Vengeful spirit, psyche, lucky hit, because we need 40% chance at least to produce the lucky hit. So now that we have 20 and then we have 15, so that's already included, the 15, because that is 64 times 1.5 from the from our skill tree, and then 1.2 from the spiral coin. So now we are sitting at 88% lucky hit. So maybe that's okay. I mean, if we need one more, say 13% from one of our affixes, 1.13. So yeah, we're close to we are now at 99% lucky hit, because we want the Army of the Dead to do the lucky hit. And take note with the lucky hit, end game. So this one, hardened bone. So let's fix the item. So end game without the mythic. So if let's say we don't have the Harlequin crest yet, so this is just a regular. So this one will be, of course, this one is easy to get. We can go with the Purveyor of Curiosities to get the pants, the Blood Moon breeches. So summoning skills have a 7% chance to randomly inflict Decrepify. Then increase critical strike chance, critical strike damage to enemies afflicted by your curses. Golem Mastery, Hellbent Commander, and then of course the Flicker Step. We can also gamble, or if we can't get this one, we can also get this from farming the major tormented bosses, Duriel and Andariel. Blood Getters. So Blood Getters, I know it increases our damage with a Fogic Fury. With this setup, I think we need the Hardened Bones here. Hardened Bones, and then if you don't have the Harlequin Crest, this is the aspect that we can use, and then if we have the Harlequin Crest, we can just we can let go of that aspect without I would say losing too much of DPS, and it doesn't compromise our survivability. So either would go, because casting the curse, I mean, it's still easy. We can just manually cast the curse. So curse aura, you know, if you want an auto cast from your curse aura, you can use the Decrepify here. But for me, I would go in this case probably Occult Dominion. Okay, so then Bloodman Breaches, a Fogic Fury. This one, maybe if you, yeah, so for if you don't have the Grandfather, probably Unyielding Commander should be here. The reason why I'm not using I'm not using a Fogic Fury here, it's because for me it is not a consistent damage. It is a damage that stacks and then it resets and then restacks again, unlike for the Unyielding Commander. Plus, if we are bringing our minions, and take note that this is just for the ultimate skill, since we are bringing our minions with us, the mages and the skeleton, why not we place the Unyielding Commander here? Then at least it will get a double value of that summoning damage, which is 110. Then it becomes 220 on the two-handed weapon. And then Vehement Brawlers aspect, maybe Unyielding Commanders. We can place. This is where we can place now the Aphogic. And then here, maybe we have the Hardened Bones. Maybe Cursora. Or do we have any other damage? Maybe Grasping Veins. Yeah, I think that's it. Grasping Veins, Hardened Bones, Occult Dominion. And then Q for the barrier, and then Guard to increase our critical strike chance. And then this one, Mages, and then cooldown reduction, and then we sacrifice our Golem for that additional 35% critical strike damage. Now for the affixes. So Helm, cooldown reduction, that's correct. Cooldown reduction, we need it. Let me Let me prep my character in the game. I want to see how much is the damage reduction right now. Um, we'll check. I'm gonna check it out later. So cooldown reduction here. If we're using a two-handed weapon, so we cannot take advantage of the cooldown reduction from the offhand. And then of course you have the Ring of Menden here. Now this is my so if I'm going to go with Mythic, so this is the setup. A Fogic here, a Bloodgetters, Hardened Bones, probably instead of Bloodgetters here, I'm thinking maybe it's better to have, I know this is a multiplier. And then, oh yeah, of course, this one will be, oh anyway, I'm just gonna copy and then place it with the right affixes. Oh, did I copy the gear and skills on my end game here? I thought I copied it on this setup. Anyway. Hardened Bones, Occult Dominion. I'm still thinking if I can still use the which one is better, Bloodgetters, or because the Bloodgetters at maximum it could provide us some an additional 20% multiplier. Okay, so cooldown reduction, life, intelligence. Okay, that's correct. Intelligence, maximum life, and then tendrils. Okay, blight size, sever size, reap, thorns, barrier, corpse explosion, tendril size, curse duration. Okay, tendril size, that's fine. And then armor, tendril size, and then now we need to prepare our because for the helm, this will be replaced by the hard-linked crest just in case. So we are the only legendary items that we will still keep after wearing the mythic items will be the chest, gloves. That's it. And then the amulet. Oh no, we cannot temper the so in this case, these two should have the tendrils. Hey. Tendrils. Critical strike damage, yep. Tendrils. Pants, boots. Damage reduction from close enemies. Okay, at least we have now multiple sources of damage reduction. One is from the hardened bones. We will have on the harlequin crest, and then we have on the boots. We also have one from the rings, and then one will be from the psyche, the hex. So I'm just wondering if those, how many are they? 3, excluding the harlequin crest. There is 3 that we can easily get. So approximately around 15% damage reduction each. Okay. ultimate damage. Of course, we're gonna hit the ultimate damage. But before we let's, how about strike damage, tendril size, armor. That's correct. Armor, corpse, tendrils. Now with the boots doesn't have the armor. Harlequin crest has an armor. Pants doesn't have an armor. I'm still thinking at maybe we need armor here rather than life, because the Harlequin crest has an armor. So if we place an armor here, then it's just they will be like an exchange of armor with between those helms. I'm still wondering because we still have the 160 armor here, but this is just for the season 7. So if we don't have this 300 what, how many, 480 armor here, do we need an armor here also? Probably. Anyway, I think with the armor here and then here we should be good to go. And then we have a 10% armor here as well, so I guess we should be okay with regards to armor. I mean, otherwise, if we still need an armor, then we have no choice, but we will need an armor on one of our armor pieces. So pants, critical strike chance. So we have crit chance here. Okay. Critical strike damage. We have Gar. We have 25%. Basic, we can have 9% from the dexterity core stat, and then we have 12 from our inspiring leader, so that's 21 with Gar rune, so we have 46, and then we have here 46. I don't know what is the value of this. Let's say 10, so we are sitting at 56. It's still low with the Gar included. So I'm sitting at 50 plus, and then I still have another 10% here from, I think it's an aura. Is it the hex specialization? I think it's the hex specialization. Because we're not sacrificing our minions to do, unless we can still sacrifice. I still don't know when we can sacrifice the mages and then the warriors, especially the warriors, because I need them for the reduction for the cooldown reduction of the army of the dead. Though I'm still wondering if I sacrifice both of them, especially this is a huge damage. Now if I'm going to use this, then I'm going to use the sacrificial aspect here. That will boost my critical strike damage to vulnerable, and then increase our crit chance. The only question here is maybe the flicker step would be enough, considering that you have a high cooldown reduction. So we will have an ultimate cooldown here, amulet cooldown. This one is ultimate, and then critical strike damage, of course, and then an additional Hellbent Commander life, probably instead of critical strike chance. I think cooldown reduction would be. Now again, with regards to the cooldown reduction, if we are only stacking 10%, the further, I think it's okay with regards to the ultimate cooldown, because it still has a large pool of, because if we are wearing the what is called the Harlequin crest, if we have that GA on the cooldown reduction like 30 30, can we go to our character and then Can you show me what is the current cooldown of the Army of the Dead? So Army of the Dead, cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction, we have one here. That's it. And then this one, the 26. $49.2. So yeah, the cooldown reduction is coming from these two right here. $49.2. So if I equip this now, 26%. So 26% of 49.2. So that's 25. Let's say 25%. So 49.2 divided by 4. So that is 429.5, 29.6. 29.6 and then divided by 2 again, so that's 14.8. So if I place the Army of the Dead, this will reduce by 14.8. So 14.8, around 35 something. So yeah, it's 31. And then if we add another 10, 11.7, so that is 11.7 of the 31.8, so approximately 3-second cooldown. So that will go down to 28. Yep. So the further reduction, so now if we add another 10%, this is now 2.8. Even if we added the same value of the 11.7, it will just go down by another 2.8. And then as the cooldown goes slower, adding more cooldown reduction. If the cooldown reduction is just, 10, unless if it's like 20% per stack, that would be great. But if we're only stacking like 10%, it's adding more. It's not going to really help on reducing the cooldown of the Army of the Dead. Though with the help of the Behemoth Brawler, we're adding 2 more ranks. So we are reducing the Army of the Dead. So at this point, let's say you have 2 rings. Do I have another ring? That has a cooldown. I believe I do. This one. Now if I add this, 28, 13. So I would say minus this will go down to 25. Yep. 24. And then the duration of the Army of the Dead is only 7 seconds. So this is really tight. So this is where the flicker step is going to play, especially when we are grouping up or fighting a lot of enemies. The flicker step will really help on this is efficient. I know we are evading because when we cast the Army of the Dead, all we need to do is actually we can just stand and then let those volatile skeletons attack the enemies. So that's the difference between the so that's a good thing about that Army of the Dead. So we can keep on evading so that we will be able to reduce the cooldown of the Army of the Dead, then cast it again, then just keep evading. Yeah. Even on the boss, so I guess you evade until the cooldown is being reduced, and then The only thing here is we need the Decrepify to... This is... Oh, this is the one that I want to check. Let's go to the training grounds. If we equip the Curse Aura, and upon observing this on my previous stream,
I hope the inn has something to warm me up.
and the Curse Aura is being considered as a attack that reduces now the cooldown of the Flicker Step. Sorry, not reducing the cooldown of the Flicker Step, but with the effect of the Flicker Step to reduce the cooldown of our evade. Do I have a Curse Aura? Nice. I have one. Now, Army of the Dead. Evade. Yep, curse. Now, evade. Aha. Now that's what I'm talking about. The curse aura is an aura that applies a curse, but it is different attacks. Somehow the Decrepify is considered as a attack. So evade, attack, evade, attack, evade, attack. And the skill bar on our Army of the Dead is Raising the Skeleton, Blight, Corpse Tendrils, Army of the Dead. Aha. Now how about the Golem? Or does our minions no. So the minions doesn't contribute on, but the Decrepify it is. But the minion is not proccing that evade. It's not considered as a attack. So you should be doing the attack. Either, for example, that decompose. Yup. There is one efficient way to do that attack without but it has a long cooldown. I'm talking about the Blood Mist skill. Okay. Army of the Dead, and no, even the Raised Skeleton is not. Give me a second. Can we produce multiple training dummies? So let's remove Is this a boss dummy? Vade. Wait. The question, one question also is how consistent, if 100% with the new Blood Moon breaches, that the Blood Moon breaches, the summoning, including our Army of the Dead, have a chance to randomly inflict Decrepify or Iron Maiden. We can let if we have a lucky hit of 100%, we can let our Army of the Dead to proc the curse, and then we can have a skill, say Bone Splinters. Raid. So far, right now it is 24.7. That is with the Harlequin Crest and 2 ultimate cooldown here. Do I have another ultimate cooldown on my cooldown on an amulet? I hope I have. Amulet. I mean, this is fine. All I need is the cooldown. 21. If there is only a way, while you are evading, you are somehow doing a attack. So if I will equip, of course, but it has a long cooldown though. This one. Though this one is 15.9. It says this attack excavate. No. Because if we're going to use, say, the do we have the blood mist? Okay, blood mist. It doesn't make sense. Because we need something to attack. If we are using that flicker step is, I feel like it's mandatory for the build, not just the ultimate skill damage. It's also the reduction of the ultimate. The fact that we only have a limited 7 seconds to deal the damage from the Army of the Dead. Of course, with the help of the minions, that's why I don't want to sacrifice the skirmishers. Now, what if I only need the warriors for that second cooldown, and then I'm gonna let the bone and the golem to be sacrificed? Basically, the intent of this build is to really utilize the Army of the Dead is the one dealing the damage. So on my build planner, I have I'm planning to replace this with the Ring of instead of Ring of Menden, replacing this with a different affix. The although the Ring of Menden has a mastery here, I feel like what is the point of having a boost on the damage if we cannot reduce the cooldown of the Army of the Dead? That's why I'm thinking here should be a sacrificial aspect here, because with regards to the damage, hey, oops, wrong spelling. Sacrificial aspect, at least we are boosting the damage from the minions, from the mages and the Iron Golem. So what we need is a really high uptime on the Army of the Dead. I feel like 15 seconds. 15 seconds is the ideal. So right now I have ultimate cooldown here, ultimate cooldown here. And take note, I can still add an additional cooldown here. Say if we have the Hellbent Commander, then maybe critical strike chance. And then the other, or life, instead of critical strike chance. Oh yeah, we need the critical strike chance because we're using the minions now. But since we have the Grasping Veins, we should be okay. Then life and cooldown reduction here. So we can have another 2 seconds. If we're going to add an additional cooldown here, then we're adding an additional 2 seconds here. So we are now down at 19. Maybe 19 is still okay. Now let's bring in our skeletons. So we have only 4. Oh no. Give me a second. This one. While you control 7 minions, if we're only bringing 4 skeletons, then we're not taking advantage of this increased damage. We can have 5 from the Hellbent Commander and then 3 here, so 3 plus 5, so we have 8. 8 times 10, so that's 80, so that's an 80% damage multiplier. 80% using the Hellbent Commander here. Therefore, the sacrificing the mages is, so you have 2 options. 30% increased damage to deal, so 30% in addition to the Memento Mori, so you have 60, and then plus the sacrificial, so you have 50 plus 60, so that's 110. This is going to be 60. This is going to be 60. Now, if we are not going to use the skeletal mages, and basically we cannot use the Memento Mori here because we need to sacrifice both the skeletons and the mages, so it's not going to work, and we don't need this. Yes, this one we need. We need this. 7 minions gain 30% summoning damage, summoning damage, summoning damage. Lance Edict your minions. Now this is what I'm talking about. If I'm just using the minions as a should I go with Blight then? Then bring in the Shadow Mages so that they are the one who will proc the shadow damage. so that we can proc the Shadow Blight, but we need attack speed. Project Fury, Vehement, Grasping Veins, Sacrificial. I feel like right now I'm trying to figure out how to not to lose too much DPS on the Army of the Dead. But I feel like it is already powerful enough, and what we need is to really cast it more frequently. So bringing in those because without the metamorphosis, by the way, this is another thing, there is a difference between the metamorphosis, and right now let's go back with if you don't, the thing here now is, again, we need the critical strike chance. Do I need the metamorphosis here? But if I'm going to go with the mythic items, of course this is mandatory. We have now hardened bones. Oh shoot, so this is now the problem. Because there's no point on finalizing the affixes if the gear is not properly optimized yet for the different setup. Argon board. Mythic. Okay, this is Harlequin Crest. Blood Moon Breaches, then this will become the Grandfather. This one will be, it should be the Unyielding Commander here. Then Brawler's Aspect, Sacrificial. Now Sacrificial, maybe we don't need the Sacrificial here. Give me a second. Maybe we need to transfer the Grasping Veins here, because Harlequin Crest, Hardened Bones, now I'm losing one. I mean, do I need utility? This one is the Aphogic. That's it. That is the setup. And then plus 200 to all stats, 200 to dexterity. That will give an additional around 4% critical strike chance. And then we have our critical strike damage increased by 100%. I'm still debating whether I would go with the Grandfather here. Why? Because as much as we need the critical strike damage, the thing is, we are going to scale our damage with the Golem. Of course, it will deal a critical strike damage when it hits. So thus the grandfather would still scale the damage, wherein if we use a regular two-handed weapon here, take note that if we bring back the unyielding commander here, we can have the double damage from the Army of the Dead. Let's go back. Sacrificial? No, this is not sacrificial. Aphogic, vehement brawler. What other? Cadaverous. Actually, there is one. It is not as efficient, but there is one that can help us sustain the Army of the Dead cooldown. But we need two aspects though in order for it to work, and the one I'm talking about is the fast blood aspect. But we need to consume corpse. Though we can consume corpse, but if we have the skeletal minions, do we still need that the fast blood aspect? Cast again. I'm running out of essence. Unless I'm using a basic skill. Basic skill, evade, 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 basic skill, evade. So far, I'm just holding my basic skill and towards the enemy, and then I'm just keep evading. And basically, I'm using a mouse. I'm using a mouse that has a macro, and then I have recorded a macro to press the key number 5 based on the time interval that I have calibrated. It's just sometimes it doesn't want to cast because of I keep holding the key number 2 and then just keep evading. Actually, I'm just holding the skill number 2 button and then just pressing the mouse and then let the macro on the press 5 activated. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So the way I see it, and then we can temper a two-handed weapon here with a double damage. And I can't imagine if this is a GA on cooldown reduction. So we need the Harlequin Crest with the GA on cooldown reduction, and we need the warriors. We need the warriors. How about if I sacrifice them? Okay, more crit chance. Can I still sustain the army of the dead? And I can. It's just our necromancer really need to evade, and it needs to evade enemies. And the problem, not the problem, but the difference between a where is it? Metamorphosis. The problem with the regular evade and the metamorphosis, if you take a look on the distance, if I click here, the only distance is this one. This is how long the travel distance of that evade. But if I use this, how long is the distance? There you go. And it's more faster. And it's longer by 50%. So that's a difference between metamorphosis and the evade. But unfortunately, we cannot use the metamorphosis anymore. So the regular evade is kind of slower than metamorphosis. Oh, where is it? Let's wear it back. And then now I need a basic skill that casts very fast. And that is the hemorrhage. Is this one the with the attack speed? Which one? Oh, this one. Okay, probably I'll just go with the bone splinters. Okay, one more time. Yep. The goal here is we need the army of the dead ready before the timer ends, and so far right. Good testing, good testing. So with that said, we can sacrifice the minions. We can sacrifice the minions if we have the flicker step. If we have the flicker step. Without this, we need the minions. Without this, we need the minion. Without this, we need the minions. So the end game now looks like this. Critical strike chance, this one, and then sacrificial. That's it, that's it, that's it. I think this is not hard to acquire, the flicker step, considering it's not that hard also to farm, to get those living steel, and then the heart from Varshan. Okay, so with that said, without the minions, we know how to reduce the cooldown of the army of the dead. Now we're good, we're good. So let's finalize this Gar. Yeah, I need Gars as much as I want. So Nagu, we don't need the Nagu. Do I still need to create an early game? Because the problem with if I am going to create an early game and then there is a changes on the Paragon board, it's really hard. It's not like you can just update and then you can transfer one by one. Basically, I know what to do. Like, basically, you need the cooldown. You need the occult dominion early on to have those skeletons with us. And we don't need them. Maybe we can still need the mages for the early damage output, especially when we are using the unyielding commander's aspect. Now that we are sacrificing both of the minions, we can increase the sacrificial aspect to increase those critical strike damage. And then now with regards to critical strike damage, if this is our setup, okay, if this is our setup, okay, helm, cooldown reduction, armor, intelligence, and then life, intelligence, golem mastery, that's correct. Tendrils, armor, strike damage. I still don't know whether I still need an additional armor here, because the boots doesn't have an armor. This one should be an armor though, at least this lightning resistance. This should have been armor, because we are wearing we are going to wear 3 unique items that doesn't have wherein we cannot place an additional percentage armor anymore, and we only have one. Can I bring in our minions, the minion build, and then let me check what is my setup. Although of course you're gonna tell me that, oh, you still have an armor from the occult gems. What I'm still trying to figure out, because this is still a new build, so what if you're going to build this one for the next season, wherein you don't have the occult gems anymore, and then you're just equipping the regular gems? Unless if you're going to invest on intelligence, which is not that hard to do, so you can invest on intelligence to increase your of course that is raising your skill damage. Oh, speaking of skill damage, I think, does the intelligence still scales the skill, which is the summoning damage also? Because we can keep on investing on the intelligence. Not just it increases our skill damage, but also providing us more, because our core stat is intelligence. Intelligence is increasing our resistances. If we are losing armor, we can add armor on our gear. See, now I have 2,426 and my armor is 1176 maximum. Say I'm not using the grandfather, I'm just using a regular two-handed weapon. What is my... So yeah, 2,500 intelligence. It's because of I have this. But if I'm going to use the Blood Moon Breaches, say this one, and then I'm going to use a Flicker Step, see, I'm just gonna pretend that this is a Flicker Step. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think it's instead of ranks to curse skill, it should have been intelligence. Now we are in some kind of trouble. We are going to lose our resistances. Because my plan is, if equipping those unique items like this one, my armor still sits pretty good. Even though I only have a... Though this one is a temper on armor. It shouldn't have been the armor. Though on the amulet we can have percentage armor. Now our problem here is our armor and intelligence. And the flicker step doesn't have intelligence. Unlike on the boots here, we're getting intelligence. And flicker step is very important. Blood Moon Breaches also is very important because of those the Hellbent Commander and Golem and is it Mage Mastery? Golem Mastery only. Golem Mastery and Hellbent Commander. And again, I'm going to check whether, because there are so many Golem Mastery that you can invest here. One is this on the chest armor, and then one here, and then one if you're wearing the Ring of Menden. The only thing is, because I have seen this on the PTR, that the Golem Mastery is not capped at rank 8 anymore. It can go up beyond that. Did they change the cap of the Golem Mastery? Can we go to the patch notes and find Golem Mastery? Did they fix the bug or something? Nothing. Golem. Why I can't find a golem? Army. What? Oh, of course. Because you are not yet expanded. It can't find the text that I'm looking for. Golem Mastery. Only this one. So I'm going to check whether the Golem Mastery can go up, because if it can go beyond, because if the Golem Mastery is capped at 200, then the Blood Moon Breaches Golem Mastery here is enough. Then we can we don't need to find a Golem Mastery on the chest armor. All we need to do is find intelligence, life, and armor also to add an additional armor. Okay, let's go back. Let's continue. So the end game will be this one, and this one. Okay. All right. Grasping Veins. Do we have the two Aphogic Brawler, Sacrificial, Unyielding Commander? Okay. Grasping Veins, Hardened Bones. Armor, Tendrils, critical strike damage, correct. Hellbent Commander, ultimate cooldown. Amulet, ultimate cooldown, max life, crit chance. Maybe I need cooldown here. Maybe you don't need the cooldown here anymore. Especially if you have the chance to get the GA on the Harlequin Crest. Gloves. Intelligence, attack speed. Do I need attack speed? I mean, I still need attack speed. Or maybe not. What I need is critical strike damage and maybe crit chance here. Crit chance. And then amulet. Max life. We need the max life a bit. Or maybe intelligence life or crit chance. Because again, as far as the crit chance is concerned, I think life. It should be life. We need more survivability. You can go with life. It depends on your survivability. If you find you're struggling with survivability, you can go with life. You can also go with attack speed. No need for crit chance if you are sacrificing the skeleton warriors. You don't need the critical strike. You don't need the critical strike chance anymore because this will provide 10 and then memento mori 60, so 16, and then 50% from the sacrificial. It could go up around to like 20 critical strike chance plus with the 12 from your inspiring leader. 16, you're now at 28, and then 9 from the dexterity at 400 plus. So you're now at 37. Then Garrune 59. Right? Then Grasping Veins. Then you could go up to close to 70 to 80%. I think you should be okay. I think early game we don't need to focus on the critical strike damage early on the game, because I feel like the damage would be it will deal a lot of damage early on the early stage of your leveling. I think it can still crush it can still crash the Torment 2, maybe up to Torment 4. But we need to get the Flicker Step right away, because this will really make our build more efficient. Okay, I think this is good. This setup is good already. Critical strike damage, that's fine. Oh, critical strike damage. Now, give me a second. Critical strike damage here is 35. If you have the sacrificial, it adds an additional 17, so this would go up to 52%. 50%, and then you have an additional 50% here. The question here is, I think it should be critical strike damage. Not the Golem Mastery. Where's the Ring of Menden? Can I see that Ring of Menden first? Okay, just to make it clear, I was thinking that the unique power of the Ring of Menden, every 6 attack from each minion is empowered. So only the minion, not the summoning. So our Army of the Dead is included. So that is clear. Critical strike damage. Critical strike damage. Critical strike damage. How much multiplier is our ultimate? Increasing your summoning damage by 200% if it's here. 200 plus a Fogic Führer 100, and then you have the 30 here. Should you go with the critical strike damage or just the summoning damage? This 85, the total additional damage of this critical strike damage affix is plus 50%. So that's plus 50%. So you're getting 120 something. You're getting 127 approximately. 127 critical strike damage. Now, how many is our critical strike damage multiplier? We have this one. If we're using the sacrificial aspect, this sacrifice critical strike damage is 52. Can we double check? Oh, what is this one? Because we are on the minion. Do I have sacrificial? $61. Bigger than oh, because this is an amulet. Do we have ring sacrificial? Oh my goodness. Everything is... Oh, there you go. There you go. I have a ring. Okay. Ring. $53. So 53. So 53. So that is 53. Grasping Veins 50. And then Blood Moon Breaches. $50. So you have 150. Oh, 50, 50, 100 plus 60. So that's 210 approximately multiplier for your critical strike damage. This is 210. Sorry, 220 already for increasing your summoning damage. And take note that the damage of the ultimate of the Army of the Dead scales from the bonuses from your minions. And this one, if I'm going to go with the Golem, Golem is 120. Now, according to the rank 5 modifier damage scaler of the Army of the Dead, this will add an additional 40. So 120 Golem times 1.4. So that's 168. This Golem damage, if you're going to invest on critical strike damage, the Golem damage here is an equivalent of the total output of the critical strike damage tempering affix. And take note that this damage will again adds an additional 40%. So this will go up to 168, which will be added on the Army of the Dead. And the way I understand this, the Golem damage is not going to be scaled by the summoning damage. This will only add damage on the Army of the Dead. Army of the Dead's damage is increased by 40%. So that 120%, so it adds an additional whatever the output of this one. It will adds to here, and then the unyielding commander now adds an additional increased damage on top of the army of the dead, which is a summoning. So I think I would go with the golem damage here. Then crit damage here is still okay. Golem damage. And again, considering the golem damage here, take note that this damage, this doesn't end here. The ranks to increase damage is based on their bonuses, and the bonuses that it refers to is this one. Since we're still on our minion, the bonuses that it refers to is this one. And with regards to the golem by itself on its paragon board and in its mastery, it has a total of 300%. Excuse me. It has a 300% total increase. So that 100% is actually 3 times the value of that. And then adds an additional 40% of that. And that adds to your army of the dead. Okay. Oh, where am I going? To the planner. So, golem damage, and then crit damage is fine. Boots. Okay, let's finalize the temper. Cooldown reduction, of course. Cooldown reduction. We need to prioritize it there. Armor, life, intelligence, golem mastery. Golem mastery here is the key. And then here, golem damage, of course. Pants. It should be golem mastery. Boots, that's correct. Amulet. Hellbent commander, of course, Hellbent commander. Ultimate cooldown, critical strike damage. Nope. It should be golem. You know what I'm thinking here? We don't have so much critical strike damage. And I'm placing almost golem damage here. Oh, sorry. This one should be golem damage, not the Hellbent commander. It should be golem damage here. 25%. 25%. That's or Hellbent commander is summoning damage. Take note, summoning damage. No, even though it is a summoning damage, again, adding more values to the golem, it adds more. 10%. The golem has 300% multiplier. Still better with the golem. And then weapon, critical strike damage, it should be the golem. Then this one, chance for Army of the Dead to deal double damage. Ring 1, okay, ring 1. So this one should be this one. Or, better yet, no, this one. Chance for double damage if we hit it 3 times. So this is 50% chance for two-handed weapon times 1.3, 45, 45, 45, 75, 130. Yeah, this could go up around close to, I think, 80% chance for double damage. So this is good. And then what else? Ring, intelligence, attack speed, critical strike damage. I think that's fine. Golem. Golem here. And then ultimate. Ultimate. Then we need I think Golem should be the best one here. What am I saying a while ago? Because I'm already investing a lot of golem damage here. If we don't have so many critical strike damage, if we don't have the crit damage on our stat, can I just bring the golem? And take note, he will get the benefit from the unyielding commander's aspect. And this is our big boy golem here. He can add more damage. And again, considering that his rank can go up to more than rank 8, then he's going to be huge. Does he provide cooldown? No, he doesn't. He only provides cooldown for himself using the fell gluttony. Anyway. Critical strike. Or, speaking of critical strike damage here, we have 3 critical strike damage. I think that's fine. And then here on our weapon, probably we'd go with critical strike damage instead of the summoning. 20%, 40% summoning damage. This is just an additional 40% summoning damage. Why not critical strike damage? And then critical strike damage, life, intelligence. I think that's fine. So we have 4 sources of critical strike damage, which will be boosted by the Bloodmoon Breaches, Grasping, and our Golem Sacrifice. Now, we need Gar for... maybe we don't need the Gar rune. Maybe we need the Zek rune. And we don't need the Nagu. Casting an ultimate. We need the Zek. Nagu. We don't need the Nagu. Cure rune. I think it should be the Q should be here with Zan. What else do we need? I mean, Om rune for increased damage. And then what we need here is oh, speaking of bone splinters. And since we're not racing... Oh! Give me a second. There's one more I want to test. Good thing I... Okay. If we are not bringing our minions, we don't have any means to consume corpse. Again. We need to consume corpse. Okay, I feel like I've been... well, either way, we have to do... I have to do it. Like, I feel like it's already... well, of course, this is a fresh new build. It's just I noticed that I've been... prepping this planner for almost close to 2 hours now, but it's fine. Army of the Dead. Because we're not consuming corpse. Ouch. That's an ouch. Does the Army of the Dead procs
Nobody walks anymore.
corpse consumption? Basically, there's no corpse consumption happening on... Oops, sorry. Should I swap with... give me a second. Let me open the game. Capture... give me a second. Let me go back. Open the game capture. Switch to move. Okay. Enter. I have Flesh Eater. Okay. I need to see that the Flesh Eater. Uh-oh. That's what I'm talking about, but we're getting fortification from our necrotic carapace. Because our skill is producing corpse from those volatile skeletons. Shoot. Okay. Give me a second. Let's not lose hope. Let's not lose hope. Okay, let's do... say corpse explosion. And take note, this is also an attack, which will proc the the flicker step. It does. It does. It does. It does. So 1 point of corpse explosion is enough. And we don't need now the basic skill to... Then this is more consistent. I can just stand here. Corpse, 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 corpse. Oh. Oh, this is an interesting progress on our build. So corpse explosion is much more better then. Okay, that's good. That's good. That is good. So corpse explosion, if we're not bringing the minions. And then we don't need this. We need only the corpse tendrils. Oh, that's it. I think instead of the occult dominion, it's better to have the embalmer here. And then maybe instead of grasping veins, you can replace the sacrificial aspect here. Then you can bring in the fast blood aspect here. Early on the game, The fast blood aspect, you can get it from one of the dungeon. Right. Where is it? Fast blood. Iron hold. We can get the unyielding commander at the Faceless Shrine. Iron hold. Fast blood, iron hold, and then we need, unfortunately, the embalmer. But that is okay. We can use the corpse tendrils blighted aspect to produce blood orbs. For the meantime, though, we need something to produce a vulnerable damage to the enemies. I think this one is better. It has a high lucky hit chance. Alright, let's go, let's go. Hued flesh. Let's crack. Oh, speaking of hued flesh, do we need hued flesh though? I don't think that we still need the hued flesh with the Army of the Dead, because the Army of the Dead itself is oh hey, why Soul Rift? Where is it? This one. Oh, sorry. Oh, here. They have 100% chance to leave behind the corpse, so we don't need the hued flesh. So we don't need this one. I'm still wondering. Do we still need the Blight? You and your minions deal increased damage to enemies within Blight. This one I have to think about it. Maybe let's place it here, because I'm always comfortable with the corpse tendrils on skill bar number 3. Okay, let's finalize, and then I'm going to leave one more. Anyway, never mind. Skeletal warriors. This one, this one, this one, and then 1 point on corpse explosion. We don't need the Grim Harvest, just these two right here. Then this one, we have this one, amplify. This one, skeletal mages, of course. Oh, speaking of this, while healthy, now we can take advantage of this one, plus 18%. We can either go with the Blighted or the Plague. This one we need for the end game, because we need something to make the enemies vulnerable. So we have Finality, that's correct. Memento Mori. Ouch. Oh, this one. I need damage reduction. Now, if I will not complete the Nahantu region, the map region quest, to unlock that one skill, probably I'm gonna. This is the one that I'm going to sacrifice, maybe, or maybe. Oh, give. Okay, good. I thought I forgot to place a on our golem's rank. Do maybe I don't need this, not too much. That's it. Since we are effective on producing corpse. Alright, I think this is it. Skill is looking good. I mean, either way, because you need 2 points on the basic skill tree, the basic skill tree, and then the core skill, You need allocate 4 here. Either way, if you don't want to use the Blight, that's fine. But either way, you need 4 points here before you can move to the next skill tree. I think that's fine. That is good. Okay. Last check. Skills are good. Tendrils, Army of the Dead, Decrepify. Hopefully, the thing is, the boss or the enemies doesn't show any tooltip. I think not tooltip. It's an icon that the enemies are getting a negative buffs from us. Like a good example is, for example, this training dummy. If I hit Decrepify, boop, we don't see any icon on the training dummy that it is being hit by the Decrepify. And with that said, how would we know if our Army of the Dead, say at 100% lucky hit chance, is proccing the chance here? I feel like the 7% chance here is still fine with the number of volatile skeleton that our Army of the Dead is producing. And take note, this is a chance, not a lucky hit. So the 7% chance, that is already the chance, compared to the 15% lucky hit chance from Abhorrent Decrepify here. So if your lucky hit, take note, this is a chance. The lucky hit enemies while afflicted with Decrepify have up to 15% chance to reduce its active cooldown. The 15% chance here is not the actual percentage, the actual chance of this effect to proc. This is based on the lucky hit. If your lucky hit on your skill that you are doing or you're casting, you're going to multiply that 15%. So a good example here is the Blight. This is 40%. So the lucky hit, the actual lucky hit for you to proc that effect of the Abhorrent Decrepify is 40%. 40%, you multiply that to 15. So that is approximately 6% chance for you to activate the Abhorrent Decrepify by just casting the Blight. That is why, with regards to the Army of the Dead, with 64 lucky hit base chance, adding that the precision decay, the spoiling, the spiral coin on our occult gem here, so we can reach around 88% lucky hit chance. So that is still good. So I guess the this is, I would say, like a very lazy build. All we need to do is just keep casting. Maybe not too lazy, because we still need to cast the Corpse Explosion, Blight. Yeah. Okay, let's finalize the witch powers before I proceed with the Paragon board. I believe that's the last step of this build before I proceed with the next one. So I guess so again, let's see if I'm missing something here. Barrier, auras and hexes, I'm aware of that. Mastery, Wraith. Oh, Wraith. Wrath skills, that is not ours. Friend of the Bog. No, we're not using that one. Unique. Non-unique Psyche Witch powers gain 25% potency. 25%. Nah. Okay, let's finalize. So we need aura. This is basic. All we need to do is just level up the unique witchcraft power. And then the next one is we need 3 Psyche for this lucky hit chance. Well, you have an aura active. Your ultimate skill gain each grimoire tag. We need aura and 3 psyche. Okay, with regards to the psyche, lament, we're not using the lament. Aura of misfortune. Hex of shattering. This one, hex of shattering, and then what else did I use? I forgot. Oh, I used the aura of misfortune. I use a combination of hex and aura. Why? Because of this specialization. The size of your aura effects. The size of your aura effects. And then I use the hex specialization. Okay. Let's see here. So I'm using the aura of specialization and then the hex specialization. Hex specialization increase the potency of our hex effects by 29%. So this one, it increases the damage reduction, which is good. Damage done by your witchcraft effects. We have one from the vengeful spirit. Hex aura. Do we still have a better aura? Aura of misfortune, movement speed. Fire bats, no. A force of this one. This one is the one that I'm talking about. This is the one that they added after the I think after the campfire chat. This is the psyche power, witch power that they have mentioned on their campfire chat on Thursday. Anyway, grow. We're not using grow because we're not using minions. Hex of flames. Hex of whispers, shadow damage, blah blah blah. The hex bonuses back to you. After bouncing into 6 enemies, the hex bounces back to you, granting 45 or 50. No, what if we're fighting a boss? Life link. Up to 3 nearby enemies. 3,000 of the damage you take is shared with the link targets as physical damage. At rank 15, for 10 seconds after using a defensive, macabre, or subterfuge skill, this is not a macabre, this is a corpse corruption. Any link damage will be guaranteed critical strike. Automatically link your life force. No, we don't need that. Purging touch. Nope. Growth and decay. Twilight warding. Every seconds, gain a barrier for 5 seconds, absorbing damage. Twilight warding reflects any projectiles while active. This is not a hex. I need more 1 psyche power. Aura of misfortune. Enemies near you have a 30% chance for their attacks to... Maybe this one. And then Hex, Aura. We need... anything. I need the critical strike chance here. I have Psyche. I have lost power, lost power. These are all lost power. Considering that we can easily get them. What I need now, considering that this is not an aura. This is just a booster. A buff to your aura effects. But this is not an aura witch power. Then we need just in case an aura. Aura of Lament. We have an aura already, so we're good to go with the aura here. So we're good. So we're just gonna look for another... what did I use? Aura of Siphoning? Ah, okay. I think it's not that bad, the Siphoning. Or the Poison Frog? Pulls enemies? I don't need to pull enemies. Q, it's not Q. Nagu, we don't need the Nagu. Q should be the Zan. Oh, sorry. Q and Zan should be paired together. Then this one is probably Garroon, and then casting 5 skills. For 5 seconds. Sam. We don't have any other source of survivability with... Well, hopefully at lucky hit chance at 100%, the this one would be able to proc. This one is only 25%. Well, with the help of the other lucky hit chances, this will also help on before my character get disconnected from the game. So shattering, misfortune, siphoning, hex. I think it's the same with the okay. Lastly, Paragon board. So Eliminator, what did I use here? Eliminator, Dead Racer, Amplify, Essence, Golem. Golem, Essence. Essence is okay. Dead Racer, Eliminator, Eliminator. I think instead of Eliminator here, I know we're getting an 18% multiplier damage here, but since that is an intelligence, why not going with the mages? Right? Oh shoot! Of course! Give me a second, give me a second. On the gloves. Well, we can also have a mage mastery here, but the golem mastery is already here. Okay, okay. Okay, Paragon board. Back to Paragon board. This is fine. Maybe we need to chase this one. But yeah, that's correct. Dead Racer. Dead Racer because we have summon damage here, summon damage here. There's no other board that we can use to... We can still use the Blood Begets Blood, but we're not using Embalmer. I know we're using Corpse Explosion, but we're not using Embalmer. We don't have any more space to do that. And I think this one is the most... this is the ideal one. Though we don't need the Cult Leader. Okay, we don't need the Cult Leader. Because we're not using our minions to deal the damage. It is the... It is a summoning damage. Now we can add here this one for more stats. Essence, good. What is this one? Poison resistance. Resistance to elements. This one, this one. Yep. This is Golem, right? This is Golem. I think there's no other higher willpower here. How about 69, 54, 59, 69. I think frailty is have more willpower nodes here. Okay. Mage, Dead Razor, Amplify, Essence, Golem. Alright, so mages is... Oh, sorry, mages. Paragon board is done. With regards to the mercenary, maybe we need the armor. If not, we would go with the resistances. As much as I love this, like for example, the critical strike damage there, the fact that same thing with this one, the cooldown. The problem here is our survivability. Okay, I think that's fine. And then Variana for an increase at do I still need an attack speed? Subo. Or Aldgin for his the Field of Languish, reducing their damage by 20%. I think that's and then this one should be Army of the Dead. Yep. I mean, we can still use Corpse Explosion. Psyche, Psyche, Psyche. We have 2 aura. Enhancing this one. Actually, if we don't need the lucky hit here, we can use the one that increases the potency of this one, the Heart of Anima, for an additional 25% potency of the Psyche. We have another Eldritch. What is the Breath of the Coven again? Breath of the Coven. Breath of the Coven. Lucky hit. Actually, if we use this one, considering that we are sacrificing the means, we don't need the head specialization. What we need is a lucky hit chance. I think it's better to use the Breath of the Coven here. Aura, we have the aura. What we need is one more, basically, oh shoot. we have 2 options here. Breath of the Coven, critical strike damage, we're going to lose it so that we can add an additional Eldritch power. So I think 40% chance here will make the Army of the Dead close to 99%. Now we can replace this. Now that we have 3 or Psyche power, the problem with the Psyche, there's nothing benefit us from using 3 Psyche. Nope. Wicked Pack, Witching Hour. No, I think because we need the aura of specialization here. If we need the lucky hit chance, I think it should be fine. Where is the siphoning? Siphoning. This is the hex specialization. I think this is fine. What is the other one? Do I have that Moonlight one? Okay, this is the one I'm... If I have this already. Okay. Alright, Paragon board. Copy. The Mythic. Correct. Then skill tree. Copy. Mythic. Copy. Then... this one, Harlequin. That's it. I'm still in. I feel like this one is much more better than the grandfather. Maybe. Because we're losing the chance for our Army of the Dead to deal double damage. At 200 weapon, that 25%, the maximum roll, that is 50%. If you are lucky to hit the chance to at least to master it, to master crit it twice, it will hit around 70 to 80. And that is huge. That's almost guaranteed, almost guaranteed to do double damage. And the fact that we are not investing heavily on the critical strike damage. So what is, I think it's going, this one will outperform even though the grandfather has a double, increasing your critical strike damage at 100%. Okay. Oh. Mage life, cooldown, mage life. Copy gear and skills. Does it mean that... Oh shoot. I have to do it again. It only copies this one. Can I open this in a different window? Ooh. Okay, to make it faster, let me open the game. Life intelligence, golem mastery, but I'm hitting this one. Corpse tendrils, total armor, and then hitting the cooldown reduction here. Then mage life and mage life intelligence, then golem damage. Then tendrils armor, that's correct. Pants, of course, golem mastery. Boots, damage. Hellbent commander, I think you should go with golem damage. Hellbent commander. Hellbent commander. This is after applying the golem damage. Oh, I think Hellbent commander is better here because the Hellbent commander is a multiplier to the summoning damage. The golem is being added on the Army of the Dead, scaling the Army of the Dead's damage, which is a summoning damage, and then it will be scaled further by the Hellbent commander. That's how I understand it. So I think It should be Hellbent Commander. Here. Same thing with on the pants. Where is the pants? Boots, amulet, intelligence, speed, critical strike chance, intelligence. Is it attack speed or life? I think it should be life. We are getting very squishy here. Save. Go back. Amulet. Change this. I don't know why the gear stats is not only gear and skills. There's no like a toggle button here that's copy and including the stats. Okay. Well, max life. Max life. Okay, that's max life. That's correct. Golem damage. Weapon is golem damage also. Crit chance. This one. This one. Alright. Strike damage. Strike damage. Skeletal mage. Alright. Damage. That's it. Army of the Dead is done. And now I'm excited to play this build on Tuesday. Oh, what happened? What did I remove? Paragon nodes increases the minion damage and blah blah blah. And whenever your minions deal damage to an enemy, it takes blank increased damage. Minions. So 200%. I think this is a wrong. It should be. What is your name, sir? Amplify. Oh yeah, I have the amplify. How about corporeal? Oh shoot. Or well, you and your minions deal increased damage. So this 10% damage that I am dealing or I'm increasing to myself will also be transferred to the Army of the Dead. Though I'm not getting a movement speed. See, this one is 327 increase on magic nodes. And because of that, I can add this one. Oh, this one that I accidentally remove. I don't need this one. This one, dexterity, right? And then it increases the summoning damage here. This 3 summoning damage here. 327. Yeah, I think that's copy. The mythic. Mythic. Right. Oh, good. Nice. Shattering, misfortunes, this and this. Vengeful. Project, this one, or I mean, I can place the sacrificial glyph. I can place the sacrificial aspect here. Or maybe this is fine. Okay. Hardened Bone, survivability. I think with regards to survivability, we have the Hex of Shattering here. What else? The this one, an additional 15%. Reduction. Nothing. Only for the minions. Nothing. Okay. It's fine. Gar, Sem. The Gar can be replaced with Omrun. Then this is important. I think it should be Zan here. Then this one is the oops. Hey, what happened? What happened to my... What? What did you do? Q. Well, travel 5 meters. Thus the 5 meters is equivalent of that Sem rune. Gar. Sem. Overflow, increased duration. Whew. Invoke the druid's earthen bulwark. Let me save this for a while and then let me check build planner. Okay, build planner, and then let's go with druid, and then where is the bulwark? It only provides 45% of our barrier. Only for 3 seconds. Okay. For 3 seconds. I think it's okay. Because the problem with the ultimate skill, we have approximately say 7 seconds before we can recast it again. Maximum. Then the Q rune or the barrier from the Q rune has been already expired. And we need two casting of the ultimate in order to proc, to invoke the to offer the to activate this invocation rune. So this one 75, 150, 150. So we need 4 evasion. I think it's not hard to do 4 evasive movements. So this is more consistent and more efficient. All right. I think this is it for the Army of the Dead. Mythic, endgame. The only difference is basically the Harlequin. The rest would be, yeah, again, I'm still debating whether the Grandfather would still be much better here. If we're going to use the Grandfather here, maybe the Unyielding Commander will be placed here. Or maybe even at the end game, do we still need the Grasping Veins for that critical strike chance? If we have so many critical strike chance from our sacrificing our minions and from the Garden and yeah. Or maybe we're still lacking the critical strike chance because we have removed the critical strike chance from the rings. Or maybe instead of critical strike chance here, maybe I think cooldown reduction. Or lucky hit chance. You know, last blow of the lucky hit chance to make our Army of the Dead at 100% lucky hit. Probably, depending on the setup. But we'll see this in action on Season 7. Alright, everything is done. I'm gonna take my short break and I'm gonna continue on. Next would be Blood Surge, and then Blight, and then let me see, 12:42. If I'll be back around 1:15. I don't think I still need a lot of time to polish up the Blood Surge. Only the witch powers and other updates on the gear, and I think Faragon board skill tree will be the same. Maybe some a little bit more adjustment. Probably 1 hour would be enough, and then 1 hour, then 1 hour on Blight. Also 1 hour, 1 hour. So 3:15. I still have time. I would say it will take me again more than 2 hours, maybe just to create the blood spear. And I feel like the game is already disconnected. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna take my lunch break first, and then I'll be right back as I continue with the Blood Surge, updating the Blood Surge. All right, and where are you, sir? All right. I'll be right back. And we're back. Okay. Fade, move, game capture. Okay. So we're done with the Army of the Dead. So let's now go to Blood Surge. No more speed farming, right? No more speed farming. Boom orb. Okay, because I have already pre-prepared this. I think last week, just for the witch powers. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? No, I think last week. So let's start with the skills. So the skills remains the same. Perfectly imbalanced, intelligence, right? I think. Okay, let's go here. Embalmer, correct. Crewers. Curse aura. Excuse me. Excuse me. Curse aura, right? Exploiters aspect, or no, it should be metamorphosis here. And then curse aura. Yeah, curse aura is fine, but I would say exploiters aspect, especially if you want to push. Like the curse aura, it's more on you don't have to keep on casting your basically for auto casting your curses. Exploiters, Banished Lord, Sacrificial, Great Feast, Bloodbath, Conceited, during early build, should we go with? Oh no, never mind. I'm just thinking whether it is ideal to put a two-handed weapon, and then put the two-handed weapon the sacrificial aspect, and then move the bloodbath to the ring. Conceited. How much is my crit damage? $351. I think most of this critical damage is coming from a glyph. My Oberpower is now 10,219. Really? I didn't realize that it already reached 10,219. I remember it was just around 8,000, I think. Okay, 657. Okay. Which powers? Which powers? Banish Lord aspect. Conceited if we are using the okay. I think this is fine. Max life. Okay, aspects all good. So affixes, tempering, intelligence, cold. Oh, what? What cold resistance? Should be armor. Or what did I use? Ah, essence per second. Essence per second. Now, if you don't have the Unmaker, this is very straightforward. Excuse me. Then you can place the Curse Aura here and then focus on intelligence and then life, life, intelligence, and then essence, essence per second because you will be struggling with the essence. And then gloves, Knights of Blood, drain. That's correct. Life, always life, always life. Intelligence, movement speed. Overpower, attack speed, resistance to elements, resistance to elements. Amulet, overpower. Overpower. Yeah, overpower, life, movement speed, life, attack speed, crit chance. Life, attack speed, crit chance, and then one is one is intelligence. Why? One is crit chance. Can I just right now my crit chance is 74. With the Gar rune, this will hit up to 95. Oh, 99%. Then I can just drop the critical strike chance here. Then go with intelligence instead. And speaking of, oh, I need attack speed too. So intelligence, life, and attack speed then. So intelligence, so life, intelligence, so this should be intelligence. Yep. And then tempering, armor, soul whiff, pants, life, intelligence, resistance to elements, maximum life. I think I don't need armor. I'm gonna check on season 7 if our survivability without the armor, we're still doing okay. Should be life here. More life. More life. Worldly endurance. Huh? Oh, it was reduced? World. Huh? Life. So it doesn't search the worldly. Max life. So it's only 141. It's 218. Yeah, 218. Okay, anyway. So life element, so life is fine. Then curse duration. No, it's not curse, it's the soul rift. Soul rift, boots, movement speed, life intelligence, movement speed, amulet, overpower, that's correct. Everything's good. Blood attack speed, ultimate cooldown, weapon, life, intelligence, lucky, hit to restore, that's correct. Surge to double damage, blood attack speed, offhand, blood attack speed, chance for blood surge to deal double damage cooldown, crit chance, maximum life. Do I have crit chance on my offhand? I do. Okay, so I need the crit chance there. Okay. Okay. Okay, tempering affix, all good. Sacrifice, overpower, maximum life, items all good. Doom orb, save changes, doom orb. Okay, occult gems, overpower, that's correct. Witching hour, eldritch, yep. We're gonna do the eldritch. And then we need this 10% primary stats and 10% maximum life. And then, oh, now I remember why I don't need the metamorphosis here, because if we are using the friend of the bog, we don't need the metamorphosis because we are now constantly doing unstoppable. If I'm not mistaken. Because it says always unhindered. I believe it refers to like you are always or give me a second. I think it's not being unstoppable. Unhindered means you can move through the enemies, but they can still crowd control you. Give me a second. Yeah, I think that's the meaning of unhindered. But I'm gonna check that out. I think it's not being unstoppable. It is you. You can move through the enemies. Keep me. Characters can move through enemies and their movement speed cannot be reduced. There you go. So unstoppable is different. Unstoppable, characters have all crowd control impairing effects removed and prevented. So you cannot be you cannot be crowd controlled. Like for example, if they freeze you, if you are unstoppable, if you have the unstoppable activated, then even though they freeze you, it will not affect you. Or if they do a stun, you will not get stunned. As simple as that. While as the unhindered, if they slow you, like if the enemies chill you, then you can still walk based on your movement speed. So that's unhindered. Though the being unhindered, you can still be stunned. You can still be frozen. So I think that's the difference between those two. So with that said, so we need the metamorphosis. Oops. So we still need the metamorphosis here, because especially when the boss stuns us, then we cannot move. Oops, sorry, I turned off the mic. Okay, so we need the metamorphosis here. Exploiter, so that's still correct. Embalmer, and then so again we need Eldritch, 3 Eldritch, we need a Hex, and 3 Growth and Decay. So we have Eldritch here. We have Eldritch here, the Purging Touch. And then 1 Eldritch here. So we have 3 Eldritch to activate the making one of our core skill, which is Blood Surge, to have a Eldritch tag. Therefore, since this now therefore the Blood Surge becomes a witch power. For every 1 second, once it gains an Eldritch tag, casting the Blood Surge will proc this one. At rank 10, especially at rank 10, all monsters will be gaining increased damage from the Blood Surge. And then we need 3 Growth and Decay, so I just chose Poison Frog. And we still need the Hex. And then we have this one, the Hex of Whispers. Basically, I just chose this one because of the just to have a Hex. Because there is an Hex from the Eldritch, but it requires Lucky Hit. And because the Blood Surge and the Soul Rift has a very low Lucky Hit, so I don't want to take my chance on proccing that Hex of the Hex of Flames. So I just choose this one because dealing damage to an enemy afflicts them with Hex of Whispers. So this is a very simple mechanic. All we need to do is just deal damage and then we hex the enemies. Therefore, we are hexing the enemies. Then it procs the increasing our overpower damage to hex enemies. I mean, I don't mind those other effects. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's no big deal. Like, we can find another one, but there's nothing that is on the Growth and Decay that is will benefit on, especially on activating these occult gems. Then Growth and Decay augmentation, witchcraft effects, deal damage dealt over seconds, and then yep, and then the Poison Frog. So meaning our 39% of the damage that we inflicted, it will deal damage over time for within 5 seconds. And then if this so-called damage over time exceeded the 85% of the target's life, they immediately die. Though this one is, I would say, will take a longer time to build up that damage over time to make that instant kill on the enemies, except for the boss. I mean, we can still use the Soul Harvest. But it says here, whenever you use a skill with a cooldown, increasing your primary stat by 3% per monster. The only thing here that has a cooldown is the Soul Rift. And then Soul Harvest does not lose duration so long as enemies are nearby. So this is the part that I'm worried. On the pit, say you have gained increasing your primary stat per monster. At rank 9, it will not lose a duration as long as there's an enemy. So when you move to the next floor, is there a certain duration that it will lose its duration? Of course, it says there's no lose on duration. So if you have built up, say, 20 monsters, for example, so does that increase by 3% per monster? So you get, say, 3 times 20, so you now have 60% of your primary stat increase. Is there a minimum? But take note, this is only when we cast a skill with the cooldown, which is Soul Rift. But during a large pack of fight, the Soul Rift can be activated almost more frequently. And then say you have built up around, say, 100, for example. Then after fighting the boss, since you're only fighting the boss once, so when you activate again your ultimate skill, since there's only one enemy, before your encounter with the boss, you were able to cast your Soul Rift with an enemy, say 20 of them, so you get 60% scalar. Your primary stat increased by 60%. Then upon fighting the boss, since he's the only one there, and then you now recast the Soul Rift because you want a newer duration again, then your primary stat increased by 3% only. So I think every time that it will be casted, it will be based on the monster that, I think based on, I don't know what is the radius of this Soul Harvest is collecting that number. So for example, if you activated the Soul Rift app, and then how many monster that it will counted, like what is the radius of that count? Is that the entire map or just a few, like a 5-meter radius? I think this one is much more better, especially even in the pit. Like you can, since you are fighting a lot of enemies, then you are increasing your stat, increasing your, of course, increasing your damage. Then you are clearing more faster on the pit before you fight the boss. But if with regards to your Blood Surge, if you're casting the Blood Surge all the time, and then that 39% is always being applied to your enemies, right? That will add more damage on your, and then especially if you hit, if that so-called, that is still intriguing though. If you group up a large number of enemies, and then after grouping up 20, then you let them follow you. You move to the next pack, and then now your Soul Rift is ready. Activate the Soul Rift. Now you have 40, for example. Then you have 3 40, so you now have 120% of your stat. I think Soul Harvest is better. Maybe. But we'll see this on action on... this is just my assumption. So, growth and decay to activate the Friend of the Bog, so we're good. We have Eldritch, 3 Eldritch, we're good. And then we have a Hex, Witch Power. So we're good. Garun, Tam, Sal, and Seer Rune. Okay, that is good. Soul Rift. Okay, then Mythic. Let's copy this to the what is our Mythic? I know it's Doombringer, Starless, and then Harlequin or Arrow Perdition. Is it Arrow Perdition is still good with that 60%? Or the Harlequin Crest with the life? Air Perdition. In game. Where am I? Copy. Mythic. Let's go to Mythic. This is Air. This is Doombringer. This Great Feast will be replaced by Starless Skies. Resistance to element. Core skills. I think this is core skills. Life, intelligence, soul rift, maximum life, surge, drain, pants. Should be life. Resistance to elements, that's correct. Maximum life, intelligence, movement speed, soul rift duration, maximum life, soul rift duration, that's correct. Amulet. Oberpower. And then ring. Max life, attack speed, intelligence. Ring, attack speed, critical, yeah. Weapon. With the ring, critical strike chance, core skills, weapon, life, offhand, life, critical strike chance, cooldown reduction. I believe cooldown, is it crit chance? Oh yeah, crit chance and cooldown reduction. Okay, then let's go back and then skill tree. Oh, speaking of, see why there's no, where is this? Where's the witch powers? Okay, all good, all good. Grim Harvest, fueled by death, Titan's Fall, spike armor. This. Coalesced blood. Yep. Tides of blood. Necrotic. Soul Rift. Penalty. Memento Mori, and then Standalone. Aspiring Leader. Ratmas Vigor. Copy. Then Paragon Board. I think I have updated this already. I think I have already updated you, sir. Essence, amplify, sacrificial. Corporeal, flesh eater, so this is frailty, dominate, then finally flesh eater. This is corporeal. I'm still thinking whether would it be best increase damage while you have no minions? The Eliminator glyph? Save changes. Copy. Mercenaries. Same thing. We're here with resistance to elements. Yep. That is still correct. Variana for the additional movement speed when we activate her reinforcement. Okay. Blood Surges. Seems like it's done. Ready for season 7. Gems, this, topaz. All right, I think that's it. See, Ratmas Vigor, 120 overpower damage. And then Bloodbath. Yeah, so we're done. So now we move on now to, before I do that, let me change my title now. So we're now moving on to Blight. Blight. A Curse Aura, Embalmer, Sacrificial, Heart and Bones, Metamorphosis. Aspect of the Embalmer. Okay. Ebon Piercer. Great Feast. Aspect of the Damned. Then blighted aspect on two-handed weapon. I think instead of damage over time here, since we're not really getting I mean, we're still getting the damage, but how about we move and we change them with Topaz, and then this is where we place and Zan. So Zek. And then I have the Zan, so this one should be the Tam rune. Is it better to use the seer here? Or not? $300 offering, then exhaust for 3 seconds. Then the cooldown, the duration of the is 6 seconds, so you still have that 6 second you have the 3 seconds to build up that 300 offering by casting 5 skills again. I think that's fine. That's fine. Oh shit, we need 2. We need 2. I think this is still fine compared to the ultimate. Because activating Rune 300, then exhaust for 3 seconds. So how many seconds are we doing the Seer Rune? Say 5 skills is say 2 seconds. 2 seconds plus 3 seconds. So that is the total duration from the first activation of Seer, from 0 to first activation of Seer Rune, say 5 seconds. And that's only 300. Then another 10 seconds for the 600. 600, so that's a total of approximately 10 to 11 seconds before you can activate the to offer 600. Rune only lasts for 6 seconds, so before you can build up again another 600, so you have a 4 seconds difference. And during the boss fights, Soul Rift may not be activated for say for the next 15 seconds. Say, let's say 10 seconds. So the Rune, the Zan rune provides 150, and we need 4 of activation of ultimate in order to proc the Rune. So if the Soul Rift can reactivate again within 10 seconds window time, so you need 4, so you have 40 seconds. So before you can activate again the you are waiting for 34 seconds to complete the offering, whereas this one is approximately 5 to 10 seconds. 12 seconds. Let's say maximum 12. I would say 12 seconds. Depends on your attack speed. Then you have at least like 5 to 6 seconds waiting time for the to activate again. Okay, so I think Seer is better than Zek. Cameron. Okay, so runes is good. Intelligence is placed here so that we can increase our attack speed plus to quickly reach the 2000 cap for the Wither legendary node on our Paragon board. Great Feast, Damn, Evan Piercer. Those are correct. Metamorphosis, Hardened Bones. Oh, give me a second. Blood Surge. Mythic. Okay, all good. I thought I forgot to change the aspect on the boots. Okay. For the occult gems, same thing. Witching Hour, Vulture Talon. This one requires an aura. Then 3 Eldritch, and then we need damage reduction. So I'm using the Moonlight Ward, but it requires unique, leveling up the unique, which is easy. We need 3 Eldritch, same thing. Fire Servants, do more, Purging Touch. And then we need an aura. And then we're using the Breath of the Coven here. Eldritch effects. Dealing damage or applying crowd control. Eldritch dealing damage. Decay. Your witchcraft effects deal. Okay, so this is activated. Give me a second here. Give me a second. It says here, your witchcraft effects deal blank damage. To become damage over time. It didn't say that this is a growth and decay effect. It says your witchcraft effects, then it refers to the witchcraft effects, which is this one, an Eldritch. Same thing at this one. This is an Eldritch. This is an Eldritch dealing damage. I think this is fine. Okay, the third at rank 8, gain 40% lucky hit chance while bonuses from Eldritch are active. So this is an activated Growth and Decay, activated Eldritch, and activated Psyche. And with regards to the Breath of the Coven, stacking once per unique witchcraft effect. Unique witchcraft effect. An ominous eldritch energy damaging an enemy touches, fire damage, doom orb, launches, blah blah, kills or damage to bosses, empower the orb's damage. When an enemy is affected by both Hex and Aura. Pulling enemies towards, dealing physical damage. Okay, Cycle. When an enemy near flower deals poison and then heals. Because the reason what I'm checking is I feel like I'm kind of intrigued with the what it says by the Breath of the Coven here for 10 seconds, stacking once per unique witchcraft effect. It refers to a unique witchcraft effect. And it refers to a unique eldritch, a unique psyche, or a unique growth and decay. So it means only one. Yeah. Then we have the decay augmentation. I think this one is okay to use the soul harvest. Increasing our primary stat to deal increased damage. Because of dealing damage or applying a crowd control effect with any of your witchcraft, it didn't say it needs to be from each of the witchcraft effects. You need to have an effects from Eldritch, Psyche, and Growth in order to activate at attack speed. Applying damage or applying crowd control. Because the reason why I'm checking the four unique witch power, is there any one of them that deals a damage and crowd control? Because I'm really still intrigued with this, because why it says why do you have to say stacking once per unique witchcraft effect? Is there any other sources of unique witchcraft effect? There's only one unique witchcraft effect, which is this one, the Doom Orb, then the Paranhado, the Cycle, and Vengeful Spirit. Oh, this one. The Paranhado pulls the enemies. That is crowd control, isn't it? And then dealing physical damage. So it does a crowd control and damage. Or is it just pulling? Because the crowd control is not pulling though, if I'm not mistaken. The crowd control are slow, chill, dazing. What else? Those are the crowd control effects. Oops, my game got disconnected. Pulling enemies is not. Like same thing with the corpse tendrils. When it pulls, if it doesn't have the stun, then it doesn't deal any crowd control effect. Same thing as this one. Vengeful spirit. Damage taken is instead taken by the spirit. Deals damage. No. Anyway. We have Soul Harvest, Psyche, so we can activate this 3 witch powers to activate the 40% lucky hit. It is not a huge additional benefit, but at least we have a higher chance to reduce the cooldown of the Soul Rift through the Soul Rift itself, and then the Blight by proccing the lucky hit to reduce the cooldown from that abhorrent Decrepify. Okay, it's all good. Witch power is good. Minions, this one is that is correct. This one is correct. Attack speed, yep. What else? Okay, I think we're good here. Let's move on now to our stats. Intelligence, life, essence per second, that's correct. Essence per second, total, armor, soul rift, blight size, that's correct. Shadow damage over time. Is there a shadow damage itself? Because for example, I have this the Damp. Increased shadow damage. You deal increased shadow damage. Shadow. That's it. No, so the next one is darkness. I think I have tried this one. The shadow damage over time is much more better than the darkness damage. There's no other damage to increase better than the shadow damage over time. Blood, Oberpower, bone. Damage to curse enemies. Shadow damage over time. Darkness damage. Desecrated ground. Core skill damage. Oh, give me a second here. Ultimate skill damage. Give me a second here. No, I think the Golem on the Army of the Dead is still better than this. Because again, the Golem increases the summoning damage of the Army of the Dead. With the Hellbent Commander, it scales the damage of that one. That one I'm talking about is the Army of the Dead skill. Shadow Finesse Offensive? Oh, sorry. This is sharp. No, this is sharpened finesse. So this is a new one. Basic skill, core skill, ultimate skill. Critical strike damage, vulnerable damage, overpower. Okay, I think shadow damage over time is it's better. Then blight on the gloves, intelligence, attack speed, intelligence, life, armor. We need armor. Then this is armor. Armor, soul rift, armor, soul rift, armor. No more armor, but blight size. This is, I think, 22, 22.5 soul rift duration. How many soul rift duration do we have? 2, 3. Okay. I think these two is fine, like 45. Then masterwork, around 50% increase in size. Okay. Ranks to blight or ranks to gloom. $52, $46, 175, 189. So that is a 14% increase. 14% increase compared to gloom. Where is the gloom? Increase shadow damage from you and your minions, stacking up to 4 times. Six. 24% at maximum stacks. Per stack is how many? 2%. 2% times 4, so that's 8. And one stack, one increase in blight, approximately it will increase by an additional more than 10%. So blight is much more better compared to the gloom. That's correct. Ring, intelligence, damage, attack speed, damage over time, intelligence, attack speed, damage over time, cooldown reduction, shadow damage. Can we bring in our Blight character just to ensure that I have the right affixes on our items? Okay.
Warm me up.
Ring, intel, attack speed, damage over time. Intel, attack speed, damage over time. Okay. Intel, attack speed, damage over time. Intel, attack speed, damage over time. Ultimate cooldown. Yep. Intel, life, damage over time. I didn't invest on the chance for the Blight projectile because this one is already 49.3. This is 48.8. So this is already around 97. Am I correct? Yeah. This is already 97. 98. It's already high enough. Basically, our Blight projectiles are already almost being casted twice. We have 2 projectiles in every cast. Okay. Ring, attack speed, all good. Damage over time, of course. The axe, intel, life, damage over time. shadow damage over time, and projectiles. Okay, skills. I think there is a skill here that we need. Blighted corpse. Why blighted corpse explosion? I think it's only rank 1, but there is a reason why I need the blight corpse explosion there. It's because this is blight. So this now should become darkness. It should deal shadow damage now, because I'm talking about this one, the Reaper's Pursuit. For each darkness skill on your skill bar, gain more damage. If I'm not mistaken, equipping the Blighted Corpse explosion. So let's see. There you go. It is now a shadow damage, a skill, and has a darkness tag on it. So this is fine. Now the corpse explosion now becomes a darkness skill. So we have 1, 2, 3. And how about the tendrils? No change. Increased damage while healthy. We can use this one now. We can use that one. Maybe I don't need that darkness skill. I would rather invest it in here. I know I'm not getting that the movement speed, but I believe I'm fine. As long as I have the, I think I'm fine with the, I have the movement speed here, and then the tempering, I should be fine. I need one more. Maybe I'll get that lucky hit, place it here, then I'll get one more lucky hit here, place it here. Then fueled by death, corpse explosion. I think that's it. Increase damage while healthy. Well, it's easy to become healthy because we have a constant barrier, considering that we are not well, if we have the embalmer, we have the means to heal ourselves back, and then also with the blighted corpse tendrils to produce the blood orbs upon hitting the enemy. Yeah, I think this is good. All good with the tree. Then to Paragon board. Then Blight. Okay, let's open our Paragon board just to ensure that I'm on. I'm using Scourge here. Oh, I took this one. Okay. But this is Scourge. Okay, that's correct. Then, Wither Node. Oh, 2000 intelligence. 2000 intelligence. Oh, speaking of Blight. 189 at rank 5. How much is the Blight right now? If I will remove this and this. Okay, still the same. But the essence cost was reduced. Yep. Okay. But this one, Enhanced Blight. Blight's radius is increased by 15%. So we have an additional increase in size. Then directly hitting an elite. So directly hitting an elite. So we need to hit the elite so that when the defiled area will detect that upon impact of that blight, that particular elite was hit by the blight. Therefore, the defiled area, when it hits that damage over time on those elites, the damage will become double, which is good. All right. I think those are the new updates on our skill tree, and in this one also. But I don't have really much darkness skill that I can place on my skill bar just to take advantage of that movement speed, and then the 2% increased damage is like movement speed, it's fine. Take note with the Ebon Piercer, the Reaper's Pursuit is minimum by I think 5. Plus 3. So if I'm wearing the Ebon Piercer, I'm still getting a plus 3. So therefore, I'm still good. I have an additional 8% movement speed and 8% increased damage, even just by investing 1 point. Alright. Okay. Which powers are updated? Runes, gems, occult gems, witch powers, all good. Book of the Dead, and then masterwork, and then the affixes that we need for the build. Everything is updated. Skill tree also, all good. Now Paragon board, let's continue. Paragon board, open up. Scourge, then Wither board. I think this one is also updated. I updated this a few days ago. This one is sacrificial. Sacrificial. Flesh Eater. So I took these two. Probably I don't need these two. Do you still need that? Nah, I don't think so. We can invest on the other stats just to take advantage of those. Maybe like this one, damage reduction, right? Why not this one? Damage reduction from enemies that are inside, that are damage reduction from enemies that are shadow damage over. I think this is incomplete. And damage reduction from enemies that are affected by the shadow damage over time, like that are shadow damage over time, like enemies that are shadow damage over time. It's like the statement is confusing. Flesh Eater, damage to injured. Again, also this one. We can go with this path. Oh, I did. Oh no, sorry. Oh yeah, this one. Amplify. This is amplify, okay. So amplify, I went this way. Then frailty. Darkness. Darkness. I think we can still go here if you want to, if we have case for those additional armor and resistances. But those nodes, this path is not a priority path. Last is blood begets blood. Using the exploit.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
Okay. How much is it? 49 exploit. I still have 2. Well, I mean, I can still invest on it. It adds an additional 11.3, but it's not that much. Okay, Paragon mode is done. Mercenaries are here for that resistances. Maybe we don't need the resistances. Yeah, what if we remove that resistances from right here? What happened? Are we still good? Not good. Not good. Not good. Okay. So that is still the best path. Mercenaries and then damage, probably damage reduction. Maybe I'm okay with damage reduction and just I need more speed from Variana. Okay, Mythic, Fire Bath, Purging Touch, Breath of the Coven, Soul Harvest, or Oblament. Copy. Mythic. With the Mythic, we're just changing the Curse Aura with Air of Perdition. What is your armor, sir? Essence, armor. So only this one. I have a flat armor on the pants. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. So all I need is an armor on the pants. Now this is the problem. This is Have to repeat it again? I'm going to repeat again the tempering affix. Is it better this way? Is it better this way? Endgame. Copy. Let's say let's change this name. Copy. No, not copy. Where is it? Add a variant. Say mythic. Then at least it carries over. All we need to do is just change. Basically, it's still the same Paragon board and skill tree. All we need to do is just change of those items that will have the mythic items. Because I feel like including those, this one, the witch powers. Because I feel like copying it, this is the most difficult one, difficult one to update. What if, especially if there's a lot of changes already on the tempering, and then the let's just say the mythic item has a different order of the affixes. If this is your intelligence masterwork, if the intelligence on the mythic is on the second line, then whoever on the first line, that is the one that will, I feel like, the one that will have this one, or nothing will change. Anyway, so where's the mythic? So delete variant. There you go. Easy. Then with mythic, change air prediction. Yep, all the same. And same thing with the witch powers. Paragon and mercenaries are the same. Alright. Blight is done. Blight is done. Let's update the Bloodlands. 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 Oh, give me a second. I don't know what's happening, but it's already -2 outside, but here in on my place it's getting warm. I don't know if it's, I didn't turn on my heater. Anyway, okay. Alright, so Blight is done. Nice, and let's move on. Let me change the title of my stream. So updating my Bloodlands. Okay, let's move on now. So all good, right? All good. Endgame. I hope I didn't forget anything. Skill tree updated. Okay. Paragon board also. Scourge, sacrificial, amplify, darkness, exploit. Blood. Oh. So season 7. Save. Endgame. Uh-huh. Let's edit this. Okay, it will be the same as our blood surge with just a little bit of difference. So gore quills, I don't think I still need the Ratmus chosen here. Maybe I could go with the same with the with our blood surge, going with conceited blood seekers. This one, now it deals critical strike damage. Increased critical strike damage. So now there is a bit of difference now between the Bloodlands and the Blood Surge. Blood Surge is a great now with the introduction of the armory, there will be a common items between the Blood Surge and the Bloodlands, like this one, what else, this one, even wearing the mythic item, and then this one, and then the boots. The only thing that will change is this one, the mutilator plate, and then the weapon, and this one. With regards to this, maybe, give me a second, maybe there are two items here that needs to be replaced. This one and this one. Because these two items contain a tempering affix, weapon augments that specifically tailored for the Bloodlands. There are two aspects here from the Bloodlands that only for the Bloodlands, that is the Bloodseeker and the Gore Quills. So if I place the Bloodseeker here, oh no, it's not just that. The Blood Surge is not using a unique armor, so we need an armor, and we also need a gloves. So when we swap, so basically we are swapping this armor, we are swapping the armor, this one, and this one. So we have 4 items that we need to swap. So technically this is still okay, and then this one and this one, because this one still needs to be replaced when you are using the Blood Surge. But the rest, helm, pants, boots, the 2 rings, and the Banished Lord will be the same for the 2 builds. So for example, I think with regards to bosses, I think the Bloodlands will be more powerful for single target. So for example, now if you're doing say Infernal Hordes, then you switch with Blood Surge. Now if you're doing bossing, switch to Bloodlands. At least you don't have, so that's the good thing about the armory, that we don't need to keep on revising the Paragon board, or it's also a good quality of life by just going to the armory. Oh, I need the Bloodlands, swap, then you go ahead with the boss. Okay, no more Blood Moon. We're gonna use a basic, a legendary pan, so the same with the Blood Surge Exploiter. Bloodseeker. There's another one, Hungry Blood. What is Hungry Blood right now? So 80%. It is the same now with the Gore Quills, from 40 to 80. Give me a second. How about so that I don't have to do it again. It's the same. It's the same. Save to season 6. Let's go back with the season 7. Blood Surge. Copy. Then all we need to do now is change the aspects, gears, and skill tree. So would say it's still the same. Embalmer, then mutilator plate. Fortifies us, maximum life, has a chance to form a blood orb. Increased damage. Damage reduction from enemies affected by blood skills. Maximum life, ranks to Bloodlands. Yep. And then this one will be Bloodseeker. Then conceded, Bloodbathe. So this is the Gore Quills. Sacrificial, Great Feast. Same thing with the Occult Gems because they have the same mechanic. Metamorphosis, Exploiter, conceited here. Yep. Then still the same. Let's see here. Imperfectly balanced chest armor, Bloodlands. Gloves, lucky hit. No, it should be life. And then blood attack speed, soul rift duration, so that's correct. Max life, intelligence resistance elements, life, that's correct. Soul rift duration, movement speed, soul rift, life, intelligence, movement speed, amulet, overpower, that's correct. Still the same. Weapon, chance for the lance. Same thing with this one. It's the lance. Strike. Weapon. Overpower. Seer, Sal, Gar, and Tam. Now let's update the skill. So yeah, everything's good. This is it. And skill tree, we need to change. Let me go back because our character is already starting to sleep. Let's move our character a bit. Bloodlands. Bloodlands now. Increase critical strike damage and overpower. Okay. Grim Harvest. I don't think that we still need the Grim Harvest. We need Corpse Explosion though. Titan's Fall, Spike Armor. We need the bit. This one, all good. Coalesced Blood, Tides of Blood, that's correct. Here. Corpse Tendrils, this one. I need the blood. How much is the lucky hit of the lance? 50%, okay. Movement speed, Finality, Memento Mori, Standalone, Inspiring Leader, Soul Rift, Ratmus Chosen. Aha. Blighted Corpse Tendrils. I need this one, sir. I think I don't need this. I need this one so that I can proc the Flesh Eater legendary node. Yep. I think that's it. That's it. Paragon board still the same. It is still the same as the Blood Surge. Of course, Mercenary is still the same. Alright, so for the end game will still be the same. Let's create a variant with Mythic. This is Doombringer. This is Air of Perdition. Great Feast, Starless Skies. And that's it. Hex of Whispers. Hex of Whispers. Friend of the Bug. Okay. What did I change a while ago? Decay Augmentation. Okay. Grow. Heal. I don't need the heal. I have my good sources of healing. Okay, Mythic Gear. We can delete this variant. Endgame, Mythic, Air Perdition, Doombringer, Ring of the Starless Skies. And then before I forget, this should be Bloodlands. You need the Corpse Explosion. You also need the Corpse Tendrils. You have the Corpse Explosion. You have the Tendrils for the Blood Orb. I think we need to update also our endgame lands. Corpse Explosion, Corpse Tendril. That's it. Done. Whew. So so I have already done 4 of my so with regards to the pure minions, I'm gonna focus more on, probably if I have the chance, if I still have the time, because depending on, I still need to check whether, because the Army of the Dead, I feel like it's going to outperform the pure minions build in terms of efficiency on clearing and then single target damage. Unless, because this is the way I see it, if you're going to do a summon, a pure minion build, using all of your skeletons and the golem. Now that they have changed the way the summoning damage applies, if we invest on where are you, sir? Say on the rings. Summoning. Can I use a different... I don't want to mess this up. Give me a second. So the Bloodlance is done. Bloodlance is done. So let me just go back with... Where's this one? Blood Surge. This is done. Bloodlance. Let's go with our Army of the Dead. So... Summoning. The summoning damage is maximum at 60%. The summoning damage is it will not be scaled by the golem multiplier. So for example, for our golem, let's just say on our paragon board is 300 damage from the golem. How much is our golem, for example? Golem. So 33.4 times 74, so that is 70, so that's 14 times 33.4, oops, that is 467.6 golem damage. And then that damage is so that is golem damage by itself. Then it will be scaled by the golem damage. Say we have 300% in total. Let's just assume that the multiplier from the golem is still capped at rank 8. So that's 200% multiplier. Then another 100% multiplier. Where are you, sir? Here. And then it has an additional 25% multiplier here. So a total of 325% multiplier for the golem. So whatever the golem damage is, we multiply that 4.25. So we add +1. So that's an increase. 325 is the increase. So to get the total golem damage bonus, the basic golem damage multiplied by 4.25. So for this example, so 467 times 4.25, so that is 1,600. Now we still haven't, for me, I haven't tried it yet, because the summoning damage refers to a generic damage. A generic damage for all skills that has a summoning tag. And that includes the Army of the Dead and the minion. My only question here is, does the summoning damage is a damage adding to the minions but not a multiplier damage? Because those are two different things. Because if this is just an additional damage, so the golem and the minions has their own scalar damage. So let's say for the golem, it has a 2000 damage, for example. So how this summoning damage is being added to the summoning? Is this an additional bonus, or is this 60% it increases the overall damage of the minions? That is also another thing. Because it doesn't says here it is increased. Are we on the blood surge? Why you are so slow, sir? Why you're so slow? What happened to your movement speed? What happened to your movement speed? 18. What is this? Oh, this is the blind. But why it lost a lot of movement speed? What did I do to you? Oh, I think I removed the movement speed in exchange for the essence per second. Okay. Summoning. Huh? Summoning. Oh, sorry. Oh shoot, there's no search bar here. Summoning. Finesse. See, this is a plus summoning damage, and then there's a mages, and then the golem. The golem has its own multiplier. Same thing with the mages and the skeleton warriors. But on top of those three, the skeleton mages and the golem have a large, especially the golem, with regards to damage scaling of their own damage. Where does the summoning damage come into play? So my question here is, does the summoning damage is a generic damage across all of your, across all of our minions, all of our summoning? So if I invest on the summoning finesse on the summoning damage, and our golem and our mages is considered a summon, and these two, especially these two minions, the mages and the golem, they have especially the golem, it has a large damage scaler. So that's damage scaler of the golem will increase the summoning damage? Or the summoning damage has its own separate bucket that it will add on top of the golem damage? Then it's a very low it's a low damage increase. Maybe if I have the chance, I'm gonna check and because if my assumption is correct that the summoning damage is the one making it as a general damage. For example, if I play summoning damage, I'm expecting when I see my stats here, because where is the golem? Can we bring in our fantastic minions? So, okay. I have minions here. This is summoning. Golem is also summoning. Can I check this now? I know. No, I feel like on this season, the summoning damage is not the same as what's going to happen on season 7. Because this is what I'm referring to. For example, where is it? This one. So, golem damage bonus. Three, 7. Three, 7, 8, 8. 3, 7, 8, 8. Let me see. 3, 7, 8, 8.7 divided by 1314.1. So that is 2.88. I think this will change. Is it because of the Hellbent Commander? Because I remember somehow this one is bugged. If I remove that multiplier, okay, so that's the real damage. 5202 5202.7 divided by 1314.1. So that is 3.95, but it's still short because I'm expecting there is a 200%. One is from the mastery of the golem and then 100 from the paragon board and then plus on its glyph. So it is a total of 325. But the total is only 3.95. It is short by around 30%. But anyway, so where does the summoning damage is going to play? Increases damage dealt by your golem. If we add a summoning damage, maybe if I remove this one, it doesn't affect the golem damage. Huh? You are weird, sir. You are weird. Summoning damage. Do I have summoning here? On the rings. I need ring. Ring. Ultimate. Okay. It doesn't matter. Summoning damage. See this one? Bonus damage from summoning skills. Increase damage dealt by your skills that have the summoning tag. You have a 79% of the stat from items in Paragon. Now this is the interesting part. It says here 79% of this stat from items in Paragon. But do I have it already? 28, this is 56, this is 84. And then I have this one. So basically I have a total of 127 already. So why it's not adding here? Increases damage dealt by your skill that has the summoning tag. So again, how is this summoning skill is going to add on our minions? Because take note, imagine this golem. Hey. Oh, there's no golem here. For example, oh, I don't have any more golem damage because I have heavily invested on the critical strike damage because of the Ring of Menden. Because of the Ring of Menden, it outperforms the critical strike damage investment compared to the golem damage because the frenzied the Ring of Menden physical damage explosion here is a separate physical damage being added on our minion, whoever doing the 6 attack. And then this explosion damage scales with the critical strike damage. So the golem, even though we are scaling the golem, it doesn't scale the damage of the explosion from the Ring of Menden. So investing on the critical strike damage, somehow that's what I have observed when I was trying to push this build going to the pit 90, clearing the pit 90. So when the explosion is being added on the damage of the golem, and then it scales when it critically strike. So the additional critical strike damage increases the damage of the explosion of the Ring of Menden further. So if we are using the Ring of Menden, then critical strike damage is still the key. So I think the summoning damage on the tempering affix, at this point I feel like there's still no place for it to be an important tempering affix. So with regards to the pure minion build, you will still need the Ring of Menden. The reason why they have reworked the term summoning, so that all of the scalers like Cadaverous, Great Feast, the Damned, so the damage scalers is now generally stated as a summoning. So there will be no more confusion. Is this for minions? Is this for this? Is this for that? So that's the intent of that summoning changes. But with regards to the summoning tempering affix, because if we take a look closer here, this is a 79% plus. It is a plus. Do we have another ring? Golem damage. Let's see here. $26,883, $4,879. As if I was able to remember that. 26883, 4879. 26883. Whoa! What happened here? Is it because of the intelligence? Or the damage also? This one has a summoning damage only, but with damage and intelligence. Okay, let's find another one. I don't have any rings now. I don't have any other rings to compare. $20, $36. So this one is much more better than this. It's because of the intelligence of that increasing the skill damage, which is this one. Yeah, so if we're going to play a minion build, it will be still the same. It will be the same setup. It will be the same setup. But for this next season, we can skip the critical strike chance and then take advantage of that grow witch power, wherein it makes upon activating our ultimate skill, our minions grow much bigger, and then they have 100% critical strike chance and an additional damage. So yeah, because I thought that if the summoning damage is a additional damage to our minion that can be scaled by their multiplier, then that is a good tempering affix, because by just investing on summoning damage, you have those rank passive skill damage scaler for the skeletal mages, for example, and the golem. Therefore, you can increase the damage of all of your minions simultaneously by just investing on summoning damage. Unless if that's how it works. But if the summoning damage is just an additional 79%, like it's still hard to see though. In order to really see how the summoning damage, I believe the summoning damage, we can see the adjustment from that from the skill, the active skill value, like that 38% 581. But in order to do that, we need to have an exact value of affixes. Maybe the number should be not that far, but for example, it has the intelligence, it has the summoning damage, and then we can compare them apple to apple. Unless I have one. Like this one, intelligence, life. Can we still retemper this? Restore the tempering. Restore temper. Oh, we can. Okay. Intelligence, life, attack speed. Intelligence, life, attack speed. This one has the damage. The +2 damage may affect the difference. Intel, life, attack speed. Intel, life, attack speed. Intel. I think this one is okay. And then we master work this to 2 also. is the golem. How about I roll the critical strike damage, the attack speed with intelligence?
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Can I have a better one? Oh shoot! There it is. Oh my goodness. Okay, 152. That's fine. Now let's roll the critical strike damage with. Now this one life. Let's temper this with just the summoning damage. So we're now comparing this one and then this one. Summoning damage. That's fine. Then masterwork 2. Oh, it needs one more. Of course. Anything.
More there than I thought.
Okay, attack speed is fine. Just don't hit the other half. Ooh, 177. Don't hit the intelligence. Oh shoot, summoning. I think that's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Now, what is the difference between these two with the intelligence? This one is summoning. This one intelligence and golem damage. 20, 36. So this one is golem. 21, 38, 523. Didn't change. 131, 238. Oh, where are you? One three one two three eight. Didn't change. Now this one. Okay. 162, so 31, 3157. $31.57. The summoning damage is more greater than the golem. Reanimation, coiling. Let's remove the reanimation. Let's say anything. No, not gluttony. Ratmas chosen.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
$31.57. The multiplier 162294 is still the same. But the damage from the summoning damage somehow it increases the summoning of the golem. So that's why this is now my assumption. So this the summoning damage also scales the minions. Of course, same thing with our skeletal minions, especially the mages. Then, if this is correct, if we are going to invest on, because the thing is, if we're going to use the Ring of Menden, we are making the Ring of Menden to deal the damage. And the problem with the Ring of Menden, sorry, not problem, it is a physical damage. It didn't say that exploding for a 5,620 summoning damage. Because if that is the case, you can just invest on the summoning damage. The first 5 hits of your minions is already dealing a lot of damage, and then on the 6th hit, it will be exploding for a further increase in damage. The thing with the Ring of Menden, if we are taking advantage of this one, we need to invest on critical strike damage. However, this is what I haven't tried yet. Would the summoning damage investment on all of the gears would be much more better, because if the summoning damage is scaling all of our minions, we're talking about 12 in total who will exploding on their 6th attack. Because what's happening on this Ring of Menden on this current state, on this on the current state on this season 6 is that the golem is outperforming the mages, because the golem can deal a lot of damage, especially with the help of the fell gluttony and the critical strike damage. And then when he deals its active skill, and if that active skill activation is the 6th attack, then it will proc the 6th attack of the Ring of Menden, and then that particular moment of activating its skill will deal a lot more damage. So yeah, that is just my theory. So again, if we invest on summoning damage here, though there is no summoning damage on the affix though, so that's another thing.
The wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips.
Enchantment, there is no summoning damage. So yeah, I still wonder whether, because with regards to the with the critical strike damage, the basic critical strike damage is 85, and then it becomes 100. Because if we take a look here, the critical strike damage are scaled by 50%, basic. So all critical strike damage that we are adding, for example, do we have critical strike damage? This one. So we are adding 108. Adding 50% of this is 54. So this is a 162%. So I'm expecting 162%, 162, so this will become 1902. Is that correct? Close. Close, right? So that 108 is not yet the actual critical strike damage. It will be scaled again by another 50%. So with regards to the summoning damage, let's go back with our planner and let's observe what are the new say offense. Let's search summoning. Great Feast. Gain 45% summoning damage. Same thing with this one. Why it's only these three? Really? I believe there's more. How about the cadavers? Core and ultimate skills. Okay. Okay, so these are the only two that increases summoning damage. The aspect of the Great Feast and then the unyielding commander aspect. But then again, with regards to the value of the damage between, say, summoning is 60, right? So summoning is 60, and then crit damage is 85. 85. And then this will increase by another 50%. With regards to our summoning damage, it doesn't scale. It will only scale on those summoning damage, which is the unyielding commander and the Great Feast. So if you're using a pure minion build, either you carry the Army of the Dead or the Soul Rift. So you're using the Soul Rift you're using the Army of the Dead in order to empower the minions using the unyielding commander. But I think it's less efficient if you're going to use the Soul Rift, as it provides damage reduction. Well, considering that we have a lucky hit chance now, from our summonings, but I'm still worried about the without the barrier. And again, how can we go with the barrier? Because again, if we're using the Army of the Dead and then with the pure minion accompanied by the ultimate skill Army of the Dead, I feel like you will find yourself, why do I need to bring my minions if the Army of the Dead is already efficient on its own? I know you want to play with the you still want to play with your minion, and then you want to enjoy of having these minions all around you, but basically the Army of the Dead, even though they are not really, you're not summoning minions, but you have those volatile skeletons who does the attack for you. It looks more on like an undead commander, like raising the dead from the ground. I mean, it will still be okay. But I think when you play the Army of the Dead and then you play the minions, you will find yourself like, it's going to be, it may fall behind in terms of efficiency, especially when you are using only the golem. Like if you want to do the Infernal Hordes, right? I think it depends. It depends on the people who's gonna play, how they will enjoy it. Like, do you want really a powerful build using minions, so-called minions? Then you will go with the Army of the Dead. Or do you want to enjoy having your minion comrades with you along with your golem joining the fight for you? Then it's still doable. Okay. Probably once I'm done with playing with the probably I'm gonna try and see how the pure minions is how they're going to work on this season, I would say, moving forward. Okay, so it's time to change my title, and it's time. It's time to create what is this? Creating or building. No, just creating the Blood Spear build. Right. It's time. So what am I going to use? Should I still use the Blood Surge? It's still gonna do overpowering. I think so. Copy. Blood Spear. Yeah. Speaking of Blood Spear. Speaking of Blood Spear. Nothing. Ah, never mind. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Blood Spear. Before we proceed, should I go with the skill tree first? So remove Bone Spear. Bone Spear deal 40% more overpower and restores life after overpowering. So in this case, we also need the Bone Prison for the Bone Duster. I don't think we still need the Grim Harvest for the essence. Do we need the Grim Harvest? Because we consume corpse. Give me a second. Let's unequip this first. And this one needs to be the Deathless. More critical strike damage, and then forms echoes that burst for physical damage. Increase 5% for every 25% of your critical strike damage bonus. Then this one is Indira's Memory. Casting Bone Spear reduces Blood Wave's cooldown by 2 seconds, so we need the Blood Wave. Overpower, damage reduction while injured, ranks to Tides of Blood. Blood Wave is additionally a bone skill that spawns a bone prison at its endpoint and increases your blood skill damage by 80%. For 8 seconds when cast. Bone Spear is additionally a blood skill and will drain 10% maximum life each cast after hitting an enemy. to consume a surrounding corpse and launch a new bone spear from it. So the purpose of spending that 10% maximum life is for the bone spear to consume a corpse. So that is your payment. You want an auto cast for the consumption of corpse, for the auto consumption of corpse, so you pay 10%. Okay. And then say we add here the bone duster for a while. Let's add that bone duster. Bone spear is guaranteed to overpower within the bone prison. And I believe the bone prison is now. So we remove this. We replace this with the blood wave. Blood wave knocks back enemies. Blood wave's damage is increased by 30% of your damage while healthy and damage while fortified bonuses. 20% damage reduction and leaves 6 orbs. Okay. Titan's Fall, armor. I think in this case we need armor. Or do we still need an armor? Because unlike on the Blood Surge has a very good life steal. Bone Spear doesn't have. Only by picking up blood orbs. No, there is that 5%. But unfortunately, because of the pants, it will drain your life. We need this one. Uh-oh. Wow. Everything is already invested? I mean, do we still need the lucky hit? I don't think so. I mean, with the 50% lucky hit and then 12% chance, so 50%, so we have a 6% chance to spawn a corpse. I think that's fine, so that we can place the bone prison here. That adds an additional essence. Or this is, I haven't tested. So it says here spawns a bone prison. Boots. Ragu. Bone prison traps a larger area. Does these boots also applies to that bone prison that were spawned by the blood wave? Because this will help on generating the essence. Because of those bone splinters that keeps on firing inside of the bone spear, inside of the bone prison. And do we need the bone prison on our skill bar? Maybe not. Now, talking about making it hybrid, Bone skills have a 0.3 increased critical strike chance for each 30 essence you have upon cast. This is too low. I would rather go with this. And this one too. But how can I go this way? I don't have any more points to spend. And take note, holy moly, I don't have corpse tendrils. Do we need Grim Harvest? See, we don't need the Grim Harvest. I have already taken out the lucky hit. We need this one. I still have 2 more points. Crit chance. Two more points.
Hello. Welcome to my home away from home.
I feel like because of there's so many damage scaler here from the Bone Duster, Indira's Memory. Maybe we need more utility that will help on say the Bone Prison. Reduce your active cooldowns by 5 seconds for every enemy trap. I think we need this one rather than the Blood Orbs. Because we don't have... Do we have sources of vulnerability? To make our enemies vulnerable. Bone Spear makes the first enemy hit vulnerable for 3 seconds and breaks into 3 shards when destroyed, dealing 25% damage each. The Splintering Bone Spear's primary attack makes enemies hit beyond the first vulnerable for 3 seconds. I think we need this one. Unless we have bone that's it. Bone Plunging Darkness. Swelling Curse. Splintering. So therefore we need this one. It's just I'm still looking forward to capture this this other damage scaler for the bone skill, but I don't have any more. I mean, this one is still low. 30 essence for each 30 essence. I mean, the bone spear is, I think, 30, so we're only adding 0.6 approximately for each. This is so low. 2 more points. Maybe, you know what, this one, the precision decay. So we have, or we can even add this one. I think this one is much more better, so that we can generate essence every time our bone spear consume a corpse. Though I haven't invested on this bone prison here, considering now with regards to the essence, if we're going to use the Great Feast, now it drains even more further, and we don't have any other source of restoration. Resource restoration. Now the problem here is, if we're going to, we still need to reduce the cooldown of, it is very important that we are going to cast the Blood Wave most of the time, so that it will help us on, I think, if my assumption is correct, if the Path of Targul is going to apply that effect on the bone prison that were spawned by the Blood Wave here, then we don't have any problem on generating essence because of those bone splinters, and our Blood Wave will automatically cast it for us. So, and then Banish Lord, of course, Deathless, Embalmer. Yes, we need the Embalmer. Bone Dusters, that's correct. Blood Bathe, no. We're not using the Serration because we're not using the Ossified Essence key passive. We're using the Ratmas Chosen. Oh, sorry, the Ratmas Vigor. I think that's it. Bone Spear. Why do I have Bone Prison? I didn't allocate anything. Okay. What else that I am missing? I don't know if, let's go back with that splintering. How about the serration aspect? The Ossified Essence key passive. So this one is not going to work for the Blood Spear because we're using the Overpower. The intent of this build is to do overpowering. Unless since our bone skill is still a bone skill, since our bone spear is still a bone skill, and if we are not going to use this one, we're losing 120% overpower damage. That is huge for doing overpowering. My only question here is which one is going to be better? Investing on critical strike damage and then using the key ossified ossified essence key passive so that you can use a two-handed weapon and then place the serration aspect here. That will boost our critical strike damage by 90%. Because I don't see any other is there any other great feast, sacrificial, conceded? That is the only thing. Like this one, we can also maybe spear. That's it. Splintering. But to be honest, this one, the one really dealing the damage is especially from our echoes. And our echoes will scale. If we're going to use this, then we need critical strike damage. And again, if our assumption is correct, if the bursting of the echoes is now forming on the enemies or forming on the first enemy upon impact, the first enemy that were hit by the bone spear is that is where the echoes are forming, then that is going to be much more better. And take note, from what I have seen, those echoes from this Deathless Visage is the one really scaling the damage, dealing the damage from our bone spear. You know, if that is the case, since we are overpowering, since we can guarantee overpower, investing on critical strike damage is not that bad. Because the way the mechanic of the bone spear, it is like a critical strike damage build. It's just somehow at this point the DPS of the bone spear is now has fallen behind from the other builds of the necromancer, especially now when they have nerfed it, and then now they have introduced the updated buff, the bone spirit, which is also a bone skill. So now buffing the Paragon board just to increase the damage output of the bone spear better, it will also affect the bone spirit. So that's what's happening. So that's why I think this is the reason why they have introduced this one, so that you can still play the bone spear in a hybrid way. So doing overpowering, I think it was still being played back in season 2 using the Banished Lord talisman, making it to overpower. It will still overpower by spending 200, I think it was 250, spending 250 essence before, and then you will overpower by 120% before this one was also nerfed. I think that should be the best play. That should be the best play. This one is still okay. I'm going to go with this one, but I need essence. I need essence. And then conceded aspect, I'm gonna unequip this. Probably this one, critical. I think critical strike damage would be better here. And then conceded, this is serration aspect. And then blood attack speed, ultimate cooldown, max life, attack speed, intelligence. I think this is still the same. Now this is a good question. What is the question? What is the question? So my question is, we need to invest on critical strike damage. Do we still need attack speed though? On the tempering affix. Oh, sorry, on the same thing. Do we need attack speed, or the reason why we are investing attack speed on the blood builds, especially for the Bloodlands and the Blood Surge, because they need to attack several times in order to reach the number of stacks or attacks in order for them to overpower. Now, with regards to the Bone Spear, equipping with the Bone Duster aspect, it always guaranteed to overpower every hit. So there is no need to wait like, oh, after casting 5 times, the Bone Spear will overpower. It's not. As long as the enemies are inside the Bone Prison, your Bone Spear, our Bone Spear will overpower. Therefore, I don't need the attack speed here. I would go with critical strike damage. Restore. Oh, give me a second. Primary restore. Oh, this is the sorry, this is the no, this one. Oh, give me a second. Did I mess up my? I forgot where did I copy the blood spear? Is it from the blood surge? No, it's not. Or maybe because the third skill that was masterwork, when I changed it to a regular legendary, the third affix was the one that was marked with a triple masterwork. Okay, I think that's what happened. Okay. Then if that is the case, I would need the aura specialization for that critical strike damage. Eldritch, still the one that we need to use. Witching Hour, Purging, Fire Bats, do more, Overpower of course. I don't think that there is a for crit. %15 crit chance. Killing Wind. Critical strike chance. And then the Gar rune. That's it. Okay. Sacrificial of course. Great Feast, Aspect Observation, Deathless Visage. This is now. Oh, okay. Now what I'm thinking is, it says here on the Bone Duster, Bone Spear is guaranteed to overpower. Does the Echo Bone Spear deals critical strike damage and forms echoes that burst for blank damage, physical damage. I'm thinking whether that physical damage, because that echo come from the Bone Spear, thus the echo is being counted by the Bone Dusters as a part of the Bone Spear mechanic that will do overpower. Maybe not. I don't think so. But I would be surprised. if the echo is going to because the echo is almost like I think 10 times the damage of the regular bone spear when it forms and explodes. And then you're gonna let that to overpower? I would say the damage will be crazy. Okay, so we are now investing on critical strike damage. With regards to Oberpower, we still have those Oberpower from our Paragon board. And so I'm gonna do some difference. Pure critical strike investing on critical strike damage and investing on Overpower, and let's see the difference. Max life, attack speed, serration, path of and then this one I still don't know. Oh no, we have a problem. We have a problem here. Oh, I think we don't need the embalmer because the blood wave is already spawning blood orbs for us. However, what we need is the hardened bones. There you go. For survivability. Sacrificial Great Feast, 90% increase critical strike damage. And we have critical strike damage here. Do we have essence? No. No essence. Now, where can we still get the essence? Ooh, this is a problem. I think the one that has more bone graft. Essence. Eight maximum essence for this will become 16, 4, 4, 4. 12 plus 16, so that's 28. So 28 on top of this. Aha. And then essence here. So critical strike chance. This one. Can we go to my character? Who is this one? Minions, maybe. Are you okay? Sacrificial. Gonna sacrifice you guys for a while. Especially the mages. $143 by just choosing them. Where am I getting the 23? This one. Okay, okay. Got it, got it. The 23 plus $20. Now 20. Sacrifice the warriors. And then, where is our Memento Mori? Let me borrow 1 point. It adds an additional 12. 60%, 60%, 6, 12, 2, 20. So that is correct. It adds 60%. Now, sacrificial. Do we have sacrificial on the... can I borrow sacrificial here? I have already messed up all of my items. It's okay.
Masterful work.
Now ring. 155. 16. 16. So 12 plus 20. So the Memento Mori and the basic essence from the sacrifice bonus from the shadow. So that is 20. Then the Memento Mori added 60, so it becomes 32. And then the sacrificial adds an additional 50% on top of after the Memento Mori. So 20 plus 12, so that's 32. Plus 16, so that's 48. So if we remove the Memento Mori and sacrificial, 100 basic essence, maximum essence without any bonuses, then plus 23 from the Harlequin Crest, minus 171, so that's 48. So that is the total bonus from the mages. And right now, what is 60.7? 60.7. Long way to go. How much is the Deathless Visage? 18. Whoa. 18? Oh, I see. Okay. So I think that's the now if we are taking advantage of the serration, well, if we are using the bone prison, take note, if we are using the bone prison, we need to take this out. Why? Because it will add a further, this will become useless because the segment of the bone prison is considered as a minion, so it will add a damage reduction 2% per segment. So we can add the bone prison here. Or we have 3 more points. We can add here, giving us an additional 12%. And with the ossified essence, we are now doing The only concern here is we're still doing. I think bloodbath is still better than the bone graph, because the legendary node, this one, it provides a 100% overpower and a 25% increase blood damage, whereas the bone graph board, it's a silly 8% increased damage. Though you have those bone critical strike damage here, bone damage, this, and then critical strike damage here. Delete, 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 delete. But we'll see. So now this is a hybrid, a combination of overpowering and critical strike damage. Using the key passive, because this is huge. 90%, almost doubling the value of your critical strike damage. Though we are losing 100 per, how many? 120% multiplier from overpowering. And take note with regards to overpowering, with regards to the tempering affixes on our Bloodlands and Blood Surge, we don't have any overpower temper affix or affix on our gear. All speed. Now with the Bone Spear, now this one is this life, of course critical strike damage, I also still wonder whether should we go with the Banished Lord Talisman or just a regular amulet that have a compound fracture and then maximum resource. So we are prioritizing life here. Which one has a better... Give me a second. Which one has a better crit damage? I think Temper Affix crit damage is much more... have a higher value compared to... the Affix. Enchant? Nope. $58.5.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
$85. That's a big difference. Of course, attack speed is still matter because now that we can deploy our Bone Spear and make it do overpowering all the time inside the Bone Prison. Oops! No! What happened? Cancelled? What happened there? No! Reload. Whew. There you go. I think I was able to save it a while ago. Ooh, that was... How about the skill tree? Skill tree. I invested something here. I think I removed this one. Then this. We still need this because we don't have any other means to fortify, to do fortification.
Hello.
Okay. Where am I? Okay. Tempering. So gloves, attack speed, lucky hit. Maybe what we need here is intel, max life, and bone spear. Blood attack speed. What we need here is crit damage. Chest, life, I think that's fine. That's fine. And then bone spear here. Boots. Bone skills. Maximum life, overpower. So right now, supposedly, with regards to life, considering with our healing sources, and again, I don't know whether this one has been fixed, because this is a good additional passive skill in order to increase our healing with the Indira's with the supernatural bone spear.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Okay. And then what we need is critical strike damage or overpower. Things still the same. So anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to build a critical strike damage build. Attack speed, this one will be crit damage. Same thing with this one, crit damage. Offhand, life, critical strike chance. No, we're doing two-handed. Chance for blood surge. No, spear. Attack speed. How many attack speed do I have right now? 1, 2, 3. Crit. There is yeah, I think blood attack speed now is fine, so that we can cast so 1, 2. Yep. Oh, not what is this one? No, not overpower. This one. And then Gar for the crit chance, Sal for the life. And then skills, we still need corpse tendrils, corpse explosion. We can manage now the corpsing. We can add the bone splinters just to have an additional essence just in case. Blood wave. Oh, right. The tidal. The tidal aspect. The thing is, do we need the tidal aspect though? Ultimate cooldown, ultimate cooldown. We have ultimate cooldown. What's happening here is while using the ossified key passive, while using the ossified essence key passive, the blood wave will not do overpower. It's not going to do overpower. But with regards to the additional wave, so it will continuously help on continuously making the bone prison for us, so that the bone spear will keep on doing overpower damage. I think it seems like we're doing less damage because we're using the ossified essence instead of the Ratmas Vigor. But because of the blood spear or the bone spear is keep on guaranteeing overpower all the time, I think it's going to be dealing a lot of damage. Even without the what's called that, the Great Feast. But then again, this is my first time I'm going to. Everyone is the first time that we'll be creating this build, and for me, I will just observe, and then we'll see how it goes. Probably next season, I will start with the Army of the Dead first, and then this will be the second build that I'm going to play. Because I'm already familiar with the Blood Surge, the Bloodlance, and the Blight. 100%, I know they're gonna be doing better this season, but since this is a new mechanic for the bone spear, making it a hybrid, and then there is this the Army of the Dead, so yeah, so at least we'll be playing a different build, and I'll be taking my time to observe and what will be. So this is just a preliminary, this is just the theory crafting of what are the best aspects, and then the combination of the skills that we're going to use. But this will have, I will update this upon based on the observation and the how it will perform this season. Okay, I think Afik says Book of the Dead, skills, everything is okay. This one is okay. Now, which power? Overpower, Eldritch, that's fine. This one we need growth and decay. I think we need the aura of specialization here. And then Eldritch. As much as I want to use the Breath of the Coven for that an additional 14%, the problem here is I'm using the critical strike damage here from the aura. Again, I don't know if the aura of specialization is already a aura. Because if this is already an aura, this is going to be good, because no, it's not. No, never mind. Do we need aura? No. It doesn't matter. Lost power. This is the problem. We need 3 growth and decay. If I'm going to use this one, what's the other growth and decay? The one that heals. Siphoning? This one. We also need this for healing us. Because I feel like the in that increase of critical strike damage is very important, as it will be scaled double. So that increases 50%, and then that 50% will be scaled double. Above 50, 1% above 50, 45. Toot, 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 toot. Overpower. I don't have hex. I don't have hex. I don't have hex. I need stat. 10% of the stat. Huh? Give me a second here. Where is my crit chance? Here? I have 12, 10, Memento Mori plus 6, 16, Sacrificial 50, that is 24 in total, plus 12% from the Inspiring Leader. 24 plus 12, 36. 36 plus, if you are already around 400 plus of dexterity, then you are having around 9%. Where am I? 24 plus 12, 36 plus 9, so that's 45. 45 plus 25 from the Gar rune, so we are now sitting at 70 with the Gar rune. Give me a second. Let's bring in our Blood Surge. Blood Surge, hooray! What's with the long loading time? Christians. Okay. Ah. So I need that crit chance here? Then give me a second. I feel like my build is wrong. Save. Surge. Yep. This one needs to be in crit chance. Because it's so crucial, because we will only do Oberpower on our seventh hit. On our sixth hit, and then the blood lance is on its seventh hit. So if we will not go into crit on that moment, then we're losing that the bonus from the Banished Lord Talisman. So that should be critical strike chance. Okay, and then yep, that's correct. And then Bloodlands. Good chance. Good chance.
Loyal friends you'll not find.
Mythic. Good chance. Done. And let's go back with our Blood Spear. So this one needs to be crit chance, unless it's on the bone graph board, wherein our bone spear is going to have a more critical strike chance. But again, we're gonna lose the important bonuses, because the bone graph is lacks on, well, can I take a look again? Of course you can, sir. 15. We have 30. 1, 2, 3. It's just this one is I don't like. Crit chance. Crit chance. So we have 1, 2, 3. Plus 4, so you'll have 7. Nah. I think this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. The only thing that I'm worried about is the my combination for, I think attack speed I'm okay. This one, I think this one is okay. This setup is already okay. You are okay, sir. Spike armor. Oh, speaking of armor. Speaking of armor. This one and this one. Oh, I have armor here. Good, good, good. I have armor here. Maybe. I don't know if I still need the essence per second. If I have the Indira's memory with the combination of Path of Tragul, then I can add another armor here just in case I need more armor. I'm gonna check because if I have enough healing and then hey, you don't have a barrier. We don't have any barrier. You forgot about that. We don't have any source of barrier generation, but there is one. Let's remove this one. This one. At 50% basic lucky hit, probably. Therefore, we need speed. We still have speed. That is still fine. Yeah, we need speed. Well, we have here Salengar. Okay. I think this should be fine. Should be fine. I think there is a barrier. Growth in decays. This one's still the same. Generate 30% more barrier. 30% point. So we're adding 2.1 on that 7.1 from that necrotic fortitude. And gain 30% more fortify. That's it. Oh shoot. I need something to hex. I need something to hex in order to proc this one. 15% overpower damage. How about I replace this with Hex, this one. Dealing damage to an enemy inflicts them with Hex of Whispers. So that we have a means to Hex. And then we have 3 decay. Alright. Paragon board. I think it's still the same. Sacrificial. Still the same. Yep. And then essence. Where is essence? Essence, dexterity. There is more dexterity here. Though this one is 10 less. But still fine. I think this setup is fine for now. Life. Where is life? I need check life. We grab all the life. We have all the life. I think this is life per second. Nope. Life. Okay, we grab all the life. Paragon board still the same. Resistances and then speed form Variana, but the opportunity here is Bone Spear. Oh, speaking of Bloodlands, Mercenaries, Bloodlands. Blight. Okay, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Back to the... Now. I don't think that there is still a space for the mythic item. I mean, considering that this is I mean the bone spear to increase our critical strike damage, that is huge, 60%. Oh shoot. I think there's no need. How much is the value of the grasping reins? 50% bonus critical strike damage. But that is only when they are hit by the corpse tendrils. With regards to serration, it is 90%, 10% behind the grasping veins, but this is even though the enemies are not hit by the corpse tendrils, they will get the 90% critical strike damage. I think this is fine. And then oh, we're going this one. Delete variant. Mythic. I don't know if there's still a space for the mythic item. There's none. I think this is it. It's just again, if this one, I don't think the Era of Perdition will outperform this Deathless Visage. Bone Spear. I feel like this is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. But I'm gonna check it first. The reason why I'm saying it's a bad idea, it's just I have combined the Overpower and critical strike damage. I know that with regards to the critical strike damage, it is we are getting a huge benefit from the ossified essence. It's just I'm going to really observe the difference between ossified essence and then Ratmas Vigor, wherein I'm going to invest on Overpower. Because with regards to Overpower, I didn't place, with regards to the Blood Surge and the Bloodlands, I didn't place any Overpower damage here on the Tempering Affix. Only on the weapon. I only have on the weapon. I think I didn't even have on the weapon. There's no Overpower here. Only on the weapon. The implicit affix. The maze. This one doesn't have Overpower also. So the only Overpower is from the pants. So we have two. One is the main affix, and then another multiplier on the unique power. Although we know that the Blood Moon Breaches is different now, but the 150% multiplier, it was like transferred 120 on the Ratmas Vigor and then 30% on the Blood Bath Paragon board. And we are sitting at 10,000. Oh, this one has a 3 Tides of Blood. Give me a second. We have to take note that the Indira's memory here is giving our Bone Spear an additional up to 80% increased damage. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. From except bone skills deal increased damage. Increased damage. The difference between the Ratmas Vigor and the Ossified Essence here is that we are losing 120% Overpower. with so Ratmas Vigor, we get an additional 120% overpowering. With the ossified essence, we get a 90% increase with the help of this serration aspect. Yeah, the serration aspect. So the only question here is, I think this is easier to compare. Like I said, the critical strike damage here was not on the blood build. Now we are adding this, an additional damage scaler. I think I am kind of underestimating the potential of the bone spear by comparing it with regards to damage from the blood builds, because I should not forget that with the help of the bone dusters aspect, every hit of the bone spear inside of the bone prison is always guaranteed to overpower. I need a good source of essence generation, because this is how I see it now. I think the best way here is not serration. It would still be the Ratmas Chosen. Ratmas Chosen, and then still Path of Targul. Bone Duster should be here. That way, the Bone Duster is increasing our damage by 100% now. This one, we can place the tidal aspect here. Now, for this ring, I have two options. One is the Ratmas Chosen to increase the attack speed of the Bone Spear. My only concern is the essence generation. Again, oops. I think that's fine. This is just a theory that the bone splinters, the bone prison effect of the Path of Targul will apply on the bone prison that will be spawned by the Indira's memory. Otherwise, we're gonna change it with a different maybe metamorphosis, and then this one will be the what is that aspect? The tormented aspect. But take note, we don't have so much essence generation. If we're going to use that, then we need essence generation here. So we have essence per second here, and then we have an essence per second here. If we're not going to use the Path of Targul, just in case. Again, if we're gonna fire the if we have so much attack speed, I think attack speed would be better here. Worst case scenario, the two options here would be Ratmas Chosen or the again the Tormented aspect, the aspect of Torment. So the way this aspect of Torment works is, oops, hey, bog. Take note, this is not an essence generation, this is essence regeneration. It refers to the essence per second. So it's going to double the rate of the essence generation. So this one is say 5, and then you have, if this is not going to work, just in case, so you have one here, and then you have another here. Say both of them are 5 and 5. So that's 10. And then you have a base 3 essence regeneration. So you have 13. If this is activated, 13. Then if that is the case, then since I'm on the mythic, then Ring of the Starless Sky would be better here. That's it. Now we are reducing the essence cost of the Bone Spear. We're getting a decent amount of essence reduction and a multiplier. And we have a good attack speed here also. I think that's it. I think this should be the setup. Essence generation is increased by 20. Now the essence generation here is increasing the essence generation, say 20%, right? So with regards to the this one is essence generation from the bone splinters. So the bone splinters is 10 essence per hit. So 20%, so this will become 12 per hit if this is equipped. I think we could go with this one. This one is better. 20. So this will become times 48. Am I correct? Yeah. So 20 plus 60 from the Memento Mori. So this will become 26. 26 plus the sacrificial of 50. Adding 13. So this will become 39. A 39 increased damage to vulnerable enemies. And that is going to happen when we cast the Corpse Tendrils, applying vulnerable to them. Because we don't have any source of vulnerability, we can from the Witch Power. Hey, what is this? The fire bats. What am I looking for? The vulnerable. I think there is the Eldritch. This one. Eldritch effects apply vulnerable to enemies for 9 seconds. Damage from Psyche and Growth and Decay effects will also apply vulnerable at half the duration. I think this is fine. This is much more better. And then I don't need this. I can add it here, or I can add it here. Right? Bye. Bye, tendrils. Again, with regards to our Paragon board, we get this bonus. We get this bonus also from picking up the blood orbs, manually picking up the blood orbs from the blood wave. And our blood wave with the tidal aspect, it fires 2 additional waves at a total of 3 at a total of 3 waves. So we will not be running out of supply of the blood orbs. Frailty, straightforward, curse, flesh eater. We are proccing the auto consumption of the corpse with the help of the Indira's memory. Copy. Game. And game. Okay, let's change this one. So, unequip. I mean, if this is not working properly, then we can just go with the compound fracture. Excuse me. Fire bats. Is that shaker? Chicken soul. Serration. Oh, this is where this will be the position now of the duster. Now, tidal. Now, without the ring of the starless skies, we can. So this should be the place of the tidal. Now, just in case, there's 2 options again. Either we can go with Ratma. Now, this is where the Ratma's chosen is going to be very good with this build, because if we can really sustain the essence. And technically, we don't need to worry about our essence dropping low. So my decision now is much better. Because why I said that is because before I was investing on the ossified essence, right? And take note that if we cannot sustain the essence properly, efficiently, the multiplier bonus from the ossified essence will also drop. And take note, we are solving 2 problems with the bone spear with the Indira's memory. One is health, one is the essence. So right now, we are now focused on the health. We don't care about the essence. We only care on the essence in terms of just to have enough so that we can cast the bone spear. And again, if the Spat of Targul is going to apply with this one, the bone splinters on the bone prison will help on generating essence for us. Now, since the bone dusters will help on guaranteeing the bone spear all of the time, then having this Ratmas chosen with the increase in attack speed will fire the bone spear, overpowering very frequently. So we have 10, 10, and then another 10 here. So we have 40. So we have 40 here. 40, 40, then this one is 50, 55, 40, 95. Where am I still getting my attack speed? And then we go back with this life. Where am I getting my attack speed? Let's arrange, remove. Attack speed 27.5. Oops, why wardrobe? This one 5. 7.5. This is 12.5. $27.5. This is chance. What? What build is this? This is my blood surge, isn't it? This is the blood surge. So okay. Okay. So that's the reason why I have the 12. So 12.5, that is only coming from the Paragon board. The 12.5. So my gear 12.3. Nothing here. Okay, that one. So 14, 18. Okay, okay. This is 18 attack speed at GA. 14, 30. This is already 32. 32 plus 12.5, so 48. Mm-hmm. $27. So this is huge. Oh, you don't have attack speed. Oh, you have 12.3. So I'm missing 15? 14. 15. That is why it's around 74 a while ago. Okay. But with the blood attack speed here, you have an additional. So this is 50 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we will be sitting at around more than 100% attack speed when Ratmas Chosen is activated. Considering that what is my crit chance again? Without the guard rune, 58. Because I'm thinking whether should I go with changing the guard rune with the resource, the loom rune. Or my 100% attack speed is fine. I can go with Aha! Yep. Oh shoot. No, this is fine. No, the reason I was thinking about if I'm going to replace the Starlight with the Ring of Starry Skies, what am I losing? Basically nothing. It's just without the Ring of the Starry Skies, the Ring of the Starry Skies reduces our essence costs of the Bone Spear. So Starlight is helping us to produce essence. And this is effective. Why? Because unlike with the blood builds, namely the Blood Search and the Bloodlands, the Starlight is not working even on this season. Excuse me. It's because we're not healing. It says here primary resource is restored for every 20% life that you heal. The heal that they are referring to here is when your life drops and then you heal. So that's heal. And then or, it says or every 120% life that you overheal. And again, I think I have discussed this on my previous streams that the Starlight is not working. It's because the overheal, the Blood Surge, even the Blood Surge with its healing, I think maximum 30 per cast. So in order to overheal and gain that 45% essence resource, and take note, in the case of the Blood Surge, it is the essence cost is around 20-30 basic essence cost. So you have already casted almost 4 times. You have already spent 120 essence before the Starlight will give you a resource. And now, since the Indira's memory is really forcing us to drop our life and we heal back, and for every cast it is 5%. Okay, it is 5%. Sorry. Yeah, 5% heal. I think it's going to work. I'm just thinking whether... Take note, we are attacking at 100% attack speed, so we're attacking twice per second. So we are spending 25, and take note, with the imperfectly balanced, we are adding 10%. 10 or 15. 9% more essence, so 10%. So this is now 27.5. It will round up to 28. So per cast, 1. Consume corpse, -6. So it pays, it restores back 6. So 28. So we need 22 more. Then again, bone splinters coming in. So that's why it's a matter of if the bone splinters is going to activate. I think Ratma's Chosen here will be good. Ratma's Chosen would be better here. If the bone splinters can sustain the essence cost of the frequency of the bone spear. Otherwise, this will be an essence per second, and then we will go with the starlight. Ratma's Chosen, Garsal. Oh, this one. Increase in vulnerable damage. Life, crit chance. Bands would be... Tides of Blood. Life. Oberpower. Bone Spear, life. I think this is fine now. Then Mythic. Oh, speaking of Hill Tree. Is it the same? Yep. Okay, all good. Just in case, is there any resource? Nothing. There is one, but it is a psyche. It is a psyche. Three essence per second. But this is one enemy at a time, and then on rank 15, 2 enemies at a time. So you're gaining 6 essence if there's 2 enemies. Give me a second. I'll be. Okay, final check. Final check for our blood spear. So I guess cold gems and witch power are fine. Our runes, aspects, title, Ratmas chosen this, and then our Book of the Dead, and then our oh, speaking of, again, if this doesn't work, you can just go ahead with another legendary aspect, maybe Corsora. But I think it's going to be fine because of that increase in critical strike damage. And plus the chance for the spear projectiles, and then this one, adding them together. So technically we are casting 2 bone spear in 1 cast. Then worst comes to worst, we might need a starlight here, just in case. I think all in all, masterwork, the affixes that we need, I think everything is fine. And I think it's the right decision to increase the critical strike chance, because we need to also to do critical strike damage most of the time in order to get that opportunity to overpower and critical strike to take advantage of the bonus from the Banished Lord Talisman. Okay, skill tree, all good. And then Paragon board, this is still the same with our blood builds, mercenaries. Then I think I don't want to make any mistake. Where is the mythic? Great variant. Mythic. Mythic. This one will be the Ring of the Stardust, guys. That's it. How many builds that I have created so far? Army of the Dead, our Bloodlands, Blood Surge, Blight. There's one more. There's one more I want to theorycraft. The only thing is, its efficiency, and it's still a blood overpower build. And the one I'm referring to is, let's make a copy. How do we name this build? Just call it the wave slap. Well, basically it doesn't slap, it's wave clap. And the one I'm referring to is the unique pants that we're going to need on this build is the Kessimes Legacy. Ultimate damage. Flicker. So this build is a ultimate skill build using the Blood Wave. And with the Kessimes Legacy, it changes the way the Blood Wave, the tides of the Blood Wave behaves, wherein it converge on our side going to the middle rather than going forward. Blood Wave cooldown reduction. I don't know how much is the cooldown of the Blood Wave. The cooldown reduction here. Chance for Blood Wave to deal double damage. Okay. Ultimate damage. Blood Wave forms a wave on each side of you. Both waves converge at your feet, pulling in surrounding enemies and exploding for blank damage. Each time an enemy an enemy is hit by a wave, they take increased damage from your Blood Wave up to this in total. So it means that if we're going to use the tidal aspect, so 3 waves, especially on the boss, 3 waves and then another cast and then another cast, and then on the 4th cast we can now hit the enemies. How many? Each time an enemy is hit by a wave, they take 10% increased damage up to 300. So we're talking about an enemy hit. So if they're taking 3 waves from the tidal, then they're getting 30%. But I think this is for each an enemy. Each time an enemy is hit by a wave, they take increased damage from our Blood Wave. So the way I understand this, the Blood Wave is not increasing its damage. It's not being carried over to the next enemy, only for that enemy. Casting Blood Wave fortifies us by 70% of our maximum life. Ultimate damage. Flicker Step. Now let's change this with other legendary. Let's use Curse Aura for now. Ultimate. Nothing. Tidal should be here. This is now 480. Ooh. There's only one problem with this build, is that the and I have observed this during my PTR as I have reviewed my stream yesterday. The way the blood wave, even with using the Kessimes legacy, the way the blood wave works is that when you cast the blood wave, so even using the tidal aspect, the waves are forming or spawning where you cast the blood wave, on the spot where you cast the blood wave. So if you move to another location, the blood wave will keep on spawning on that particular location. That's why the problem with this build is that when you move to another location, it will not follow you. And take note, according to the tidal aspect, you cannot fire again a new set of blood wave until the third wave ends. So imagine you cast the blood surge here. Oh, sorry, the blood wave here. Then you evade. Then you cast your blood wave here. It's not, you will not be able to cast it until the blood wave is done with its the second and the third wave. So you're gonna get slaughtered by the enemies on this new location wherein your blood wave still spawning behind you. So that's the problem. So I'm thinking if you're not going to use the tidal aspect, I just don't know how much is the cooldown reduction. I mean, if the cooldown of the blood wave will reduce, say, at maybe 15 seconds. Let's just say 15 seconds. So 15 seconds. If you're not using the tidal aspect, then you are only casting it once. And I feel like it's too much work that you need to really reduce. After casting the blood wave, you are forcing yourself to reduce the cooldown right away. There's another way, by manually picking up the blood orbs or using your blood lance to automatically pick up the blood orbs with the gore quills, but then again, you're using another aspect. So well, you can still manually pick up the blood orbs, and then with the help of the fast blood aspect, we can reduce the cooldown and then we can recast it again. Up to 3 seconds. Say even at 2.5 if you haven't got the maximum tier of that fast blood. 2.5 times 6 per wave. That is 15 seconds. That is why one cast 15 seconds, one cast 15 seconds. But this is still because how can you you can still play this build. It's just the problem with this is that you need to properly group up the enemies, position them, make sure that everything is packed together, and then you cast the blood wave. And then you move to the next pack, grouping up them together, and then you cast your blood wave. They didn't mention about the blood wave. They have changed the behavior of the blood wave on the patch notes. Dearest memory. The knockback from the blood wave is now more consistent and you will sweep enemies further along its course. To be honest, I think it's still okay at 60% normal damage of the Tidal. As long as this one is removed. Because I mean, it's okay reducing its damage, and then when you cast your blood wave, and then when you move to the next pack, if your blood wave is already ready, then you cast it again, then you move to the next pack. If blood wave is ready, even though the previous blood wave that you cast is still spawning those the next wave, the next wave of tides, then you move to the next pack, then you can cast it again. Fix an issue where blood orbs spawn with the tidal aspect and blood wave could overlap and appear as if the orbs did not spawn. I mean, that's it. So that is really the intent of this build. I don't know. I don't know. Because there's no point if I'm going to remove the tidal so that I can recast the blood wave again. Tidal aspect. I feel like this is only good for pushing, but to play it as a gameplay, to play it with all of the game events, it's not going to be efficient. I mean, try this on Infernal Hordes. It's like you need to wait for your blood wave to end its tidal before you can move to the let's just say you use the blood wave to kill and destroy the etheric mass. Then you move now to the soul spire. So basically, you're waiting for your blood wave to finish its last wave on the etheric mass before you can kill. And now enemies now inside the soul spire are now starting to slaughter you. And you cannot cast your blood wave because the you're still waiting for it to spawn. However, one thing that I have observed with the blood wave is the frequency of spawning of those waves are very fast. Considering that if we place the tidal aspect here, spawning, this is gonna be 480 normal damage. And if we add the Ratmas Chosen, increasing our damage even further, then again, we still have the attack speed here. Speed. Can we go? Is it even on this season? It is behaving that way. Where are you, sir? Let's go to Kyovashad. Kyovashad. When we overpower, we get attack speed. Do we have Ratmas Chosen here? So we have here blood overpower, bloodlands. Nope. I need still the attack speed here. Do we have Ratma? Whoa, nothing? Maybe on the gloves. Let's place on the gloves. Sir?
Oh, fairly well.
So right now, so let's add the golem. 23 attack speed. Now we are 94 plus 50. We are gonna be sitting at I think the maximum is 150. Do we have the tidal aspect though? Tidal. We don't have the speed. I think that's fine. Now show me. Idol, show me. No. It's slow, but I have seen the how the blood wave behaves on the PTR. Like the waves is like really like 1, 2, 3. It's really fast. Okay, if that is the speed, say let's remove all the speed. Is it the same frequency? Yep, still the same. So the Kessimes legacy, if I'm not mistaken, the behavior of the wave there is different. It's really fast. So I think going back, I think this might work. We need the Ratmas Chosen, Banish Lord. I think we need a weapon here. So we need Tidal here. I mean, either way, we still need the what is that? The the Apoggic, and then the Vehement. But we need all the speed that we need in order to let the blood waves to finish all of its wave. And I have seen this, the damage of this build. It was able to reach, I believe, almost 10 billion of damage. And based on the patch notes, they didn't change anything or reduce the damage. They even improve the damage of the tidal aspect from 120 to 240. So yeah, Banish Lord, Sacrificial, that's fine. Ratma, I think still the same. Oh, Eldritch, we're not using Eldritch here now. Oberpower still fine. Ultimate here is the Voice of the Stars. So we need Aura and Hex. And 3 Growth. Oberpower, Aura active, and then growth. So growth, Aura, Hex. Again, if we need speed, Breath of the Coven, so growth, then we need cycle, siphoning, okay, or the Poison Frog. We have the Aura, so this is Aura. Hex of Whispers. Oh, okay. Where are you, Hex of Whispers? You should be here. So we have the aura, we have the hex. Hex, aura, all good. We need growth and decay. We have 3 growth and decay. Breath of the Coven, all we need to do is to add a Psyche and an Eldritch. With regards to Eldritch, this one. Or oh, give me a second here. This is not going to work. This is not going to work because the we're using ultimate skill, and Banished Lord Talisman is only for using a core skill or something that spends your resource. So since we're not spending resource because ultimate the Blood Wave doesn't spend any resource, so we will not be able to take advantage of this Overpower, and we will not be able to guarantee. So we are only getting our guarantee to Overpower from the Ratmas Chosen. Therefore, we can place the sacrificial glyph, sacrificial aspect here. Now, speaking of Tidal, now we can place the Vehement here. Then unequip. There you go. Tides of Blood, max life. Psyche. Where is that? Hex of Shattering. So we have damage applied by our witch effects. So we get the attack speed. Okay. Cooldown reduction, armor, soul rift, now blood. So armor, tendrils, then tendrils. Again, I don't know if I still need an armor here. Let's go with armor for a while. Pants, boots, amulet, tides of blood. Tides of blood should be here. Bone spear, intelligence, max life. Attack speed or crit chance. but must to work on life. Ring 1, ring 2, life. Ultimate cooldown, still correct. This one is ultimate cooldown. Ultimate. Your reinforcement cooldown is reduced to 33%. After casting your ultimate skill, call your mercenary for reinforcement. Ides of Blood. Weapon. Chance for wave for double damage. Blood speed. Max life, intelligence, okay. Life. This one. Oh, this one. Overpower. Oh. Oh. Give me a second. Blood spear. This one. Overpower. Okay, go back. Skill tree. Core skill. We're not using core skills, but maybe we need. We may need the Blight to give us an additional 20% multiplier. How much lucky hit does Blood Wave has? 50. Okay, 50. We can add 50 here. 15%. Lucky hit to form a corpse. Then we need the corpse. We don't need essence. We need the we need the barrier. We need this. We need this. This one. Maybe we don't need the healing, but we may need the pull and the vulnerable effect. Maybe we don't need the carapace because of the Kessimes is already producing a lot of a huge amount of fortification every cast. Damage reduction. We have 3 more. 5. Maybe this one for now. I'm still thinking whether I would go with Blood Mist. There is one concern about the Blood Wave. Again, it doesn't have the guarantee to spawn. It doesn't have the guarantee to overpower. So our overpower is relying on picking up the blood orbs. Now this is what I'm thinking now. The fact that the blood wave, when we cast the blood wave, we need to pick up the blood orb in order to get our chance for the blood wave to overpower. Unless we will need a help from the Bloodlands. The problem with Bloodlands is also a blood skill that may proc the overpower guarantee from the Ratmas Vigor upon reaching the 12 stacks. Yeah, the Bloodlands is picking up the blood orbs, and then as it picks up, what is the chance that upon when the Ratmas Vigor reach the 12 stack, and then suddenly your Bloodlands is the one hits the enemy and then procs the overpower, and then by the time that the blood wave is going to hit the enemies, it's not overpowering. So this is basically this pants is not really intended for blood wave to do overpower. This is just a pants to scale the damage and changes the behavior of the blood wave. With regards to make it to overpower, it's just finding a way to make it to overpower. And the Banished Lord Talisman is not going to work for the blood wave. So the only one that will proc the will activate or to make the blood wave to overpower is through the manually picking up the blood orb. Basically, we are evading, right? So cast, evade, or picking up the blood orbs and then cast it again. And I feel like with the effect of the Kessimes Legacy, especially when you are dealing a single target like bosses that is hard to kill, that will take a lot of attacks to bring down the enemy, this one is going to solve that problem, because as it keeps on hitting the enemy, the damage of the blood waves keep on increasing up to 300%. You know what I'm thinking here? Is it going to improve the build of like the Blood Surge and the Bloodlands, not using the no, I don't think so. I'm thinking if we can use the Kessimes Legacy along with the Blood Surge build or the Bloodlands. But it doesn't, the problem is it doesn't increase your damage. it is only applied to the blood wave. Now, I think this might work. This might work. So blood wave. I'm gonna place the blood wave here for my macro, and then this one I need the corpse explosion. I also need this one, or maybe you're here, you're here, then Blight here. Is there a way? I'm thinking if I can still use the Banisher Talisman. Seeing this item, seeing this skill, what I have in mind is if I can spam the Blight. To proc the Banish Lord Talisman. But it says here, your core skill is guaranteed to Oberpower. But the second statement is, your critical strikes that Oberpower will get an 60% increased damage. There is one way to force to proc the ultimate, but it will take a lot of time. And that is the Sand Rune. But the problem with this one, this is not just applied to the ultimate skill, but to all skill. So what is the chances that when the Sand Rune is ready, and then you cast the Corpse Tendrils, and then the Corpse Tendrils are the one dealing the overpower damage? So that's the concern. So Sand Rune is not going to work. It's going to work, but it's not going to be effective. Given that the attack speed will really speed up the production of the spawning of those waves as you move to the next pack. Because when you cast the blood wave, all you need to do is just walk around. Walk around, pick up the blood orbs, and then when you see the blood wave is ready, cast it again, then move around just picking up the blood orbs and let the blood wave pulls in the enemies at the middle and then crush them at the middle. And then as you pick up those blood orbs, when the blood wave hits the enemy and crush them, then blood wave. Skill tree is fine. Paragon board is still the same for doing overpowering. And then for the mythic, Hex, Eldritch. Growth and Decay, Growth and Decay. Okay, Mythic. Then we will use here the Harlequin Crest. I don't think, if in terms of efficiency, Harlequin Crest is better than the Era of Perdition because of that cooldown reduction plus the damage reduction. Do I have for the barrier? Okay. Delete. Yeah, I don't think that there's more. There is another build for this Blood Wave that we don't need to worry about overpowering. And it will change the skill tree in the Paragon board. And that is so what does this build do is we are going to use, instead of Ratma's Chosen, we're going to use the ultimate shadow aspect. This will turn the Kessimes, the Blood Wave to deal shadow damage over time. And take note, the Wither Node is already the Wither Node is already is buff. So Ultimate Shadow, Aphogic Furor, Brawler's Aspect. I think Tidal Aspect is still good. Sacrifice, I think it's still the same. There's two more aspects that we can use, but at 10 stacks. Maybe still fine because there's, with regards to shadow damage, there's two more aspects that we can use, which is the Blighted aspect and the Damp. Now with regards to the skill tree, we can remove this and this, excuse me. This, changing it to, if we're not going to use the Shadow Blight, we can just use the Affliction for an increase 15% damage. Afflicted by vulnerable and crowd control. I need one more point. One more point. Maybe this one. Did I? Okay, I thought I forgot to change the tempering affix also. Okay, Ultimate Shadow, so we don't need the critical strike chance. We're not critting. We are not critical striking. So therefore, we need intelligence here. We need intelligence here. Blood attack speed, not blood attack speed. It's still blood. It's still blood. It only adds, the blood wave becomes, let's see. Give me a second. Let's grab Ultimate Shadow. I think this will be the
Cleanse these both from my skin and
as far as how many builds that I have created. So there's Army of the Dead, I have the Bloodlands, I have the Blood Surge, I have the Blight, I have the Indira's Memory, the Blood Spear, and then this one. But most likely it will be based on the amount of time that I can play this season. Probably like how I did this season. And I don't know how long, because this the season 6 is more, I think it's more than 3 months. So I don't know how long will be the season 7. So I'm just gonna prioritize probably at maximum 4 those that I'm going to play, the build that I'm going to prioritize, which is Army of the Dead, Indira's Memory, the Blood Spear, maybe the Kessimes Legacy, and then either Blood Surge or the Blight. Or the Blight. What am I going to use? Ultimate Shadow.
Ah, good, fare thee well.
There you go. It is a blood and a darkness skill. Okay. Let's go back. So it changes it to darkness. Therefore, it will gain the benefit of darkness. So we can change also the corpse explosion to blighted. Can we add a blighted there? We can get this one. Then add this, so that we can take advantage of that the Reaper's Pursuit. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 1, 2, 3. 3 only, because this is not a darkness skill. It cannot be a darkness skill. Only these 2. Okay. Desecration. Oh, we used give me a second. Let me change this. I made a mistake. Just call it draft. I need to open a different build, which is the Blight build. What the heck? I have so many builds? Spear, Lance, Surge, Blight, Arm of the Dead. Oh, because the the Golem's still there. Draft. No. Blight. Copy. This is Corsora Embalmer. We're not using Embalmer. I'm going to use the Hardened Bones here. Kessime. Flicker. Hey, why it's too quiet? Not Great Feast. I'm going to use Sacrificial here. Aphogic. This is Tidal. Vehement. Oops. Ultimate. Where is the Shadow Clap draft that I have made? So this one is Growth and Decay, Cycle, Siphoning, Whisper. Cycle. Whisper. Then I think Breath of the Coven. Shaken Soul and Psych. Oh, Shaken Soul and Shattering. Since I have Hex here, how about I use the Soul Harvest here? I have Aura, I have Hex. Aura for the Voice of the Stars. And then Hex for... Oh, I'm not doing Oberpower. But this one, Aura, Aura. Okay, good. Oh, I think I need this one. Instead of the Friend of the Bog. I don't have any other means of damage reduction. With regards to the Growth and Decay, I think this is fine. I think that's fine. Even though I'm not taking advantage of the 3 Growth and Decay. Breath of the Coven. This one. I need a damage reduction. I think that's fine. Attack speed. Yep. Vulnerable. Shadow damage. Vulnerable shadow damage. I think that's fine. Skill tree. We need to update. We're not doing core skill. And then this one. I think I place here. We need corpse explosion. We need the consumption of corpse. And then this one. Oh. That's it. Paragon. Scourge. Amplify. Willpower. Willpower. While standing in your desecrated ground, you deal increased shadow damage. Willpower, this one. Which one are we going to sacrifice? Exploit. How much is your intelligence here? 90. 95. I think it's fine. Let's swap. Darkness here. And then this is the only that has a lot of willpower. So this is desecration. Willpower here. So we need to access this one, remove this one, remove this one. And again, there is a willpower here. So we will remove this. So basically there's a node here that you can access that part. So don't worry, be happy. Should I go this way? There's another willpower here. This one? $74. Yeah, this is the 79. This silly blank right here. Then this one is darkness. So we need intelligence. Grabbing this. Grab this. Grab that. Okay. This one here, we grab this. Oops. We broke the connection, so we need this one. We're going here, we're going there. Taking this, then we have one more here. 85. I'm missing something. Oh, this one. One more. Oh, 90. Got it. Wow, this is a Paragon board. 350, 313. This is going to be exciting. A damage overtime ultimate skill. So Blood Wave creates a desecrated ground as it travels. So it travels on our side. So it creates a desecrated ground on both of our side, going to the middle. This is going to be interesting. The wave shadow clap. Oh, I think I have a better name. It's like a Hulk smash. Hulk smash. A Hulk smash. Does it sound and pronounce funny like wave smash? Or smashing waves? It sounds funny. Oh, what is your build? It's a smashing wave build. Oh, what the heck is that? This is more funnier than the other one, Wave Shadow Smash. I think it's fine. Who cares? Who cares? I name it that way. Who cares? And then I forgot that the rank 5 of the second enhancement of the enhancement of the blood wave is giving us also a damage reduction of 20. Okay. Attack speed, yes, we need attack speed. What we need is damage over time. Damage over time, I think so. Intelligence, attack speed, damage over time. Intelligence, attack speed over time. Shadow damage. Intelligence, damage over time. Shadow damage over time. This one is wave. Sacrifice, so that's correct. Resource cost. Amulet, resource cost. Percentage to intelligence, and then life. I think this one, if we can find a gloom. And then life. Or attack speed. I think we need life. No. Zek. Ultimate cooldown by 1. Tam, we're not non-channeled core skill. This will be the Zan rune. Chakra? No. Is it Igni? Stores offering. Cast a non-basic skill to gain the stored offering. Okay. No, not this one. What happened to the other one? This one. What is the rune that I chose? Tamrune. No, it's not Tamrune. Here, that's correct. Gar. This should be Sanrune. Seer. Garcier Salzan. Okay. I mean, this is still fine. Okay, okay. Are we good? Are we good? Amulet, total armor. No, ultimate cooldown. No, ultimate skill damage. I still need that the speed here. Why? Amulet, amulet. Cooldown reduction. Oh, speed. So I have it already. Okay, okay. Back. Cooldown reduction, shadow damage. I need speed here. Oh, I need speed here then. Damage over time. This one needs the speed in order. Oops. Okay. This one. Skill tree, I think everything is properly set. I'm only worried about this if we are always being healthy. My concern now here with the desecrated, because we're not investing too much on the life and we don't have the barrier. And we are up close to the enemies. we are close to the enemies. Give me a second. No. This should be Zek. This should be the Q rune. What is that? The is it here? That barrier? Is it the Twilight something? But you are only getting a barrier for every 5 seconds. So if there's a lot of enemies already starting to hit you, so this one is going to will not be able to provide enough barrier. With regards to this build now, so we have 20 here, so we have 20 and then plus if we can get the what is that, the Harlequin crest, so we have another 20, so we have another 15 here, and then we have damage reduction also on our Paragon board. That's it. 3, that's 9, 6, 15 plus 6. 21 in total. Damage reduction, so we have 20 and then 20 and then 15. So hopefully those are enough, like the number of damage reduction that we have, those are enough to increase our survivability. Essence per second. There's no essence per second here. Oh, there is, but on... Oh, okay. Helm, chest. No, here, there's no essence per second here. Only armor. Armor. Shadow damage over time. Soul Rift. No, not Soul Rift. So I would say we would just go with the tendrils. Curse. Is there any other important how about finality? Nothing? Is it offensive? I think that's it. Shadow damage over. I think this is where the finality is. No? Is it on defense? I thought there is a new tempering recipe that you can add the ranks to finality. Or is it an augment? Yep. Shadow, execution, summoning. Fueled by death, finality, Titan's fall. Okay. Double damage is good. Mythic. this is the only thing that we're going to change, the Harlequin crest again. Other than that, that's it. Oh, again, there we have 30% from the hardened bones. Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have a shadow clap? Huh? What is this? But this is my Blight. What is this one? Oh, I think I created the copy and then I was not able to continue on this one. Should be the same. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, that's a lot, but probably maybe 4 out of 5. Most likely Army of the Dead. Again, Army of the Dead. Then Indira's Memory. And then the 2 variants of, Kessimes Legacy. And then I'm gonna try the 2 variants of them, and then the Blight. And then if I'm having a hard time to farm, I have a good feeling that those, especially the Blood Spear and the Army of the Dead is going to perform very good on this next season in terms of clearing. It's not like I can only play the Army of the Dead efficiently on the pit only, and then it struggles on Inferno Hordes. And I believe those 2 top builds that I have mentioned, which is the Blood Spear and the Army of the Dead, is going to be very good in terms of playing on all content of the game. And I think that's it for me today. That I think those are enough for me to cover for this season, because of, again, I don't know how long will be the season 7, and of course depends on the hours that I'm going to play, and to be able to observe and experience the game, those builds that I have created. And then I'll be making a walkthrough video again, just a brief update, and then just gonna go over what are the changes and what are the new addition to the build based on this new season theme mechanic. And then and then tomorrow I still need I need some work to do on changing the background of my YouTube thumbnail for my live streaming, and then I'm gonna also change the background for the build planner that I'm going to do, so that I have everything ready. And then Monday, probably, I hope it's 2 hours is enough for me to complete the remaining of the map quest on the give me a second. The map quest on the Hunter region. So I need the so that by the start of the season 7, at least I have the plus 80 obols, the 4 points on the Paragon board, and then 1 point on the skill tree. And I think somehow I've been talking a lot on this stream. My throat is kind of getting dry, and then I'm okay. What else? So, and basically the season 7 is going to start on weekday. I can only play around 2 hours max on weekdays from Monday to Thursday. I can only stream longer hours on weekends. So anyway, but I mean, starting playing for 2 hours on the starting on the season on Tuesday, I think it's still fine. So what I'm going to do is just to observe and then just to figure out what are the best route. Basically, with regards to the head rottens, we need the head rottens, which can be collected from killing the head rotten boss, not the headless husk, because those are not going to drop the what is the currency, the headless rot, no, the fugitive head. And I believe you will know that this will drop a fugitive head if the boss has its name, it's called a fugitive head something, meaning that will have a fugitive head item that it will drop that you can use to purchase those the occult gems. And take note, the occult gems are a very good, are the priority items that we need to acquire in order to slot them on our rings, as they will provide powerful and better improvement on our build. And whisper caches also to get those headless rots in order to acquire those witch powers that we can also buy from the NPCs on the Tree of Whispers. And then there will be more whisper events. And with regards to the ultimate, we need the flicker step, and we also need the obols from the pit to farm the pit in order to gamble and get those important items. I think the way, if I'm not mistaken, most of the builds that I'm going to play, they all require the flicker step. The Army of the Dead and the Kessimes Legacy, right? So I think I'm going to get the flicker step and then the pants for getting that Indira's memory for the blood spear. For the flicker step, it will be applicable for the other builds other than the Army of the Dead. And then what else? And then there will be root holds, like mini dungeon that you can that we can go in, and then we can farm there. I think they're saying that there is a large density of monsters that we can get those materials for crafting the witch powers, and especially getting our chance on fighting those fugitive head bosses, so that we can get those fugitive heads to craft the occult gems. What else? I think that's it. Yeah, looking forward for the season 7, and based on the build that I have already theory crafted, and it seems like it's going to be fun playing the necromancer this season, especially the new skills and the new kind of build that we can play. And yeah, and again, that's it for me today. I'll be streaming again on Monday, probably doing that, completing the Nahantu region quest, and Tuesday season 7. Alright, that's it for me today, and thank you very much for watching, and have a good one. Bye, see you on Monday.